Good morning. I would like to open this hearing by acknowledging that the City of Hamilton is situated on the traditional territories of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas. This land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which was an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and the Anishinaabe to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. We further acknowledge that the land on which Hamilton sits is covered by the Between the Lakes Purchase of 1792 between the Crown and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Many of the council appearing on this hearing today are in Toronto, which is the traditional land of the Huron-Wendat, the Seneca, and most recently the Mississaugas of the Credit River. Today, this meeting place is still the home to many Indigenous peoples from across Turtle Island, and we are grateful to have the opportunity to work on this land. Commissioner, before we begin with Mr. Sharma's testimony today, I would like to ask you to enter overview documents 9A and 10A as exhibits. As you know, Commission Council drafted and entered as exhibits 10 overview documents, which in total number roughly 15,000 pages of evidence, and that summarize approximately 45,000 documents. Following Frank Morocco's August 15th, 2022 order respecting the privilege dispute, Commission Council have updated overview documents 9 and 10 to include additional documents, including some documents formerly subject to privilege claims. The updated versions of these documents are overview document 9A and overview document 10A. Commission Council provided drafts of overview documents 9A and 10A to Council for the participants and invited them to review and offer comments on these overview documents. Commission Council received, considered, and revised overview documents 9A and 10A where appropriate to reflect these comments. As with overview documents 1 to 10, I want to emphasize that the facts contained in overview documents 9A and 10A have not yet been tested for their truth. Commission Council and the participants may call evidence from witnesses at the inquiry that cast doubt on the truthfulness or accuracy of the content of the documents underlying these two overview documents. Participants will also be free to make submissions regarding what, if any, weight should be given to any one of these documents. The Commissioner will make the findings of fact in his final report after he has heard all of the evidence and received all of these submissions. And in doing so, the Commissioner is entitled to accept or reject some or all of the documentary and oral evidence at the inquiry. So I would now like to introduce overview documents 9A and 10A into evidence and have them marked as exhibits. And I understand that this is done on the consent of the participants. Registrar, if you could please call up overview document 9A and show us the first page, please. Thank you, Registrar. So overview document 9A is titled Overview Document Number 9A, Events Leading to the Discovery and Disclosure of the Tradewin Report, revised September 1st, 2022. If I could please have this marked as Exhibit 9A.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Registrar, if you could take this down and bring up overview document 10A, please. Thank you. Overview document 10A is titled Disclosure of Tradewin Report to Council and Public, revised September 1st, 2022. Registrar, if I could please have this overview document marked as Exhibit 10A.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Registrar. Overview documents 9A and 10A and the documents referred to in the overview documents will now be made available on the Red Hill Valley Parkway website. The overview documents are hyperlinked to the documents referenced in the footnotes so that members of the public can see the evidence that underlies those exhibits. Thank you, Registrar. You can take this down. Madam Court Reporter, I think we're ready for Mr. Sharma's evidence, and he has not yet been sworn.
Or would you raise your right hand, please? Do you affirm the evidence you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Mr. Sharma, I'm going to start off with some background questions. Can you tell me a little bit about your educational background?
Yep, I am an electrical engineer. I graduated from the University of Ottawa in electrical engineering,
Okay. What year did you graduate from the University of Ottawa?
2010.
Okay. So you're a professional engineer with a specialty in electrical engineering?
That's correct.
And you've been employed with the City of Hamilton since 2017, is that correct?
Yeah, February 2017.
What's your current role with the City of Hamilton?
Currently, I am a senior project manager for infrastructure renewal and engineering services
Okay. And when did you start in that role?
in September of 2019.
And before you started in that role, it's my understanding that you were senior project manager, planning, programming, engineering services. Is that right?
That's the current role I am.
And you've been in that role since 2019?
Yeah,
And before that, you were senior project manager, continuous improvement engineering services from 2018 to 2019. Is that right?
that's right.
And it's my understanding that you started at the city as a project manager in street lighting, geomatics, and corridor management in engineering services, and were in that role from about 2017 to 2018. Is that correct?
No. So I started as a streetlight specialist in 2017, and then became project manager in street lighting in around September of that year, and then later.
Okay. And both of those two roles were in street lighting and engineering services?
That is correct. Yes.
What was your professional experience prior to joining the city in 2017?
I worked at a consulting firm prior to that.
In electrical engineering?
Yeah, street lighting and traffic.
Can you describe your role as senior project manager, continuous improvement in engineering services?
Yeah. So as a senior project manager, continuous improvement, it's a temporary 18-month role. In the role, the idea is you get to work with directors and divisional leaders on process improvement, continuous improvement, process optimization, quality management, record management, project management, and special projects that are assigned to you by the director.
Is that role specific to engineering services?
The role that I had was specific to engineering services, but there's other roles similar to mine in every single division.
When you say every single division, you mean every single division in public works or throughout the city?
Every single division in public works.
Can you tell me what sorts of projects you were working on in your continuous improvement role?
Yeah, I had multitudes of projects that ranged from process improvements to continuous improvement. Also about quality. Do you need specific name of the projects or?
Just a general sense of the kinds of projects you're working on.
Yeah, just about process improvement, optimization, CI, just continuous improvement projects. Looking at any other initiatives that were given to me by the director.
Okay. And it's my understanding that you worked on engineering services response to the value for money roads audit in 2018. Is that correct?
No, I did not work on the response. I think that was handled by a different team.
Okay. So what was your role in the value for money roads audit?
So my role in value for money, was to supply and coordinate documents that Dominic Pellegrini was asking for that were related to audit services.
Okay. So when you said it wasn't a written response, were you referring to a written response that was submitted by engineering services that you weren't involved in?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Did you work on any other projects in your continuous improvement role aside from the value for money roads audit that involve City of Hamilton roads or the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Um, no, I didn't.
So you had said that the senior project manager continuous improvement role was a temporary 18-month role. Why is that a temporary role?
I think the genesis of the role is to get experience in a senior project manager role and work with the divisional leaders. So it's an opportunity that is provided by the city's leadership to project managers to learn for how the city works. And the opportunity, once it's given to you, then it's rolled out to other SPMs or PMs who are interested in it.
So is it a temporary 18-month role across all public works departments?
At that time, yes, it was.
How did you get selected for that role?
So the selection, the way the selection process worked was, to best of my recollection, you send in your application. There's some questions that you need to answer, and then you have to go through an interview process, and then you're selected.
Do you have any training or educational background in continuous improvement, project management, or anything like that?
Yes, I do have a project management professional designation.
Okay.
PMP, and I do have a certificate in Green Belt Six Sigma, which relates to process improvement and continuous improvement.
Who did you report to as senior project manager, continuous improvement?
I reported to Gord McGuire.
Okay. And that was during the time when he was director of engineering services?
That's correct.
It's my understanding that in your previous position as a senior project manager in street lighting, you would have been reporting to Mike Field, is that right?
Yeah, as a project manager in street lighting, I was reporting to Mike Field.
Okay. And Mike Field would have been reporting to Mr. McGuire before he was director, because he was in the manager geomatics and corridor, geomatics and corridor management role, right?
No. So Mike Field was reporting to Gary Kirshnoff,
okay,
who was reporting to Gord McGuire.
Okay. So what was Gary Kirshnoff's official role during that period?
Gary Kirshnoff was the supervisor for street lighting and geomatics corridor.
Okay. And then Gord was the manager of geomatics and corridor management,
yes.
right?
Yes.
And during that period, Mr. McGuire then would have reported to Mr. Moore, who was the director of engineering services?
That's correct.
Did you take over the position of senior project manager continuous improvement when Mr. McGuire took the role of director of engineering, or was there a bit of gap between those two events?
There was a bit of gap between those two events.
Do you know roughly what month you took over into your role as a senior project manager continuous improvement?
I think it was sometime around in 2018. Around September, I can't recall 100%.
Was Gord the one who did, or sorry, was Mr. McGuire the one who did the interview process for the selection of that, for you being promoted into that position?
Yeah, it was Gord and India Vargas.
Did you have any direct or indirect reports in the senior project manager continuous improvement role?
No, I did not.
Was there anyone else within engineering services whose role was to engage in continuous improvement projects?
No.
Is there a division or continuous improvement group within engineering services?
No.
And you had said that every director had a senior project manager of continuous improvement. Do you know who Mr. Moore's was during his time?
It was Rob. I can't recall. It was Rob, but I can't recall his full name. Sorry.
Okay. So I'm going to step a little bit back further in time before we return to the value for money audit,
Yep.
and ask you a little bit about your time in the street lighting group.
Yep.
Were you involved in any lighting projects connected to the Red Hill Valley Parkway while you were in the lighting group in 2017 and 2018?
Not really, no.
Okay. When you say not really, were you involved in some marginally or in a minor capacity or role?
Yeah, so there was a Red Hill safety report that was being done by SEMA, and at that time I was involved in it very marginally.
Is that the roadside safety audit that you're referring to?
Yes.
Registrar, could you please pull up HAM 58984? Image 2, please. So this is an email exchange in June of 2017 that you're copied on, along with Mr. McGuire, between Mr. Fields and Robert DeClaire, who's in traffic operations and engineering, I believe.
Yeah.
And take a moment to look at this email. But Mr. Field references a meeting in the very top email between you, Mr. Field and Mr. DeClaire the day before, and then he annotates the subsequent email, which I believe he had sent prior to that meeting, to reflect what was discussed at the meeting.
Yeah.
Registrar, if you could pull out the second email, paragraph 1, for Mr. Sharma. It's over on image 1. Second paragraph starts with, "As you are aware." So I believe this is a summary, but you can correct me if I'm wrong. Mr. Field says to Mr. DeClaire, "As you are aware, we are concerned with the process that has been followed when it comes to traffic attaching cameras to our streetlight poles. There have been many internal discussions going back until 2013 on this file. We feel that we have been accommodating to date, but have not had the same courtesy returned to us from traffic. We'll go over this." And then he lists a number of items that he wants to discuss at the meeting. Registrar, you can close that down. Thank you. Do you recall this meeting?
To the best of my knowledge, no. It was in 2017.
Okay. Do you know why your group is concerned about traffic's equipment being installed on lighting poles?
I think by the look of this email, it looks like we wanted to make sure if the poles were structurally sound to hold traffic cameras on the pole.
Registrar, could you pull out item D on image number 2, please? So this item on the list and the annotations look like they're specific to the link and the Red Hill Valley Parkway. So Mr. Field says, "We require a fulsome review of the implications of the traffic equipment that is attached to the streetlight poles along the link Red Hill, and a plan to address any perceived structural and operational impacts to the poles." And then the annotation, which I think reflects what was discussed at the meeting, says traffic will look at reassigning their consultant from reviewing traffic pole bases to reviewing the link Red Hill poles to determine if the poles can safely carry the traffic equipment. Street lighting has considerable concern for what impact the traffic equipment is introducing to these poles, considering that they are over live lane link Red Hill traffic. Traffic will expedite this study as soon as convenient, and in the absence of a study, street lighting may require traffic to remove all equipment. Going forward, traffic will seek out alternative locations for equipment along the link Red Hill, likely by installing their own poles and therefore not requiring the use of street poles. Is that the sort of structural concern that you had just mentioned?
I think so, yes.
What traffic equipment was attached to the streetlight poles around on the link and Red Hill at this point?
In my hindsight, I think it was traffic cameras that were installed.
Okay. And your group wanted a fulsome review because they were concerned about structural issues.
Yes.
So there's a reference in the blue section that I just read out to lighting, possibly requiring traffic to remove all equipment in the absence of a study to determine if the poles could safely carry the traffic equipment. So I read this to indicate that traffic had already installed this equipment, and as referenced that it was over Live Lane, Link, and Red Hill Valley Parkway traffic. Is that correct?
I mean, if it says here in the email, I think that's what it means, but I can't recall if it was over Live Lane or not.
Okay, but do you have a specific recollection as to whether or not the equipment had already been installed at the time you were having these meetings?
Yes, I do. I do remember that the cameras were there. Yes. Okay.
Did the traffic group install this equipment without discussing it with the lighting group?
By the look of this email, yes, they did.
Okay, but you don't have a specific recollection?
I don't have a specific recollection.
Are street lighting poles generally an asset that's considered under the lighting group's control within the city?
Yes.
In your experience, was it out of the ordinary for one public works group to install equipment or do work on an asset controlled by another public works group without discussing it with that group first?
Not really, no. It's not out of ordinary, no.
Okay. Were there other instances where that occurred in connection with anything related to the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No.
Aside from this instance, were there any instances that you're aware of where that led to safety concerns by another public works group?
Nothing that I'm aware of.
In your experience, were there open lines of communication between traffic engineering and operations and engineering services?
Yes.
Did your group keep them updated about projects?
We did, yes.
Okay. And did they keep your group updated about their projects that would relate to your group?
Yes.
So why then did you have the sense that there were instances in which work would be done on assets under one group's control that wouldn't necessarily be communicated to the group traditionally in charge of that asset?
So, there are situations where projects are coordinated, and sometimes they are missed. So it could be one of those few instances where it wasn't properly coordinated. But in most of the cases, traffic and street lighting, because they go hand in hand, and they're pretty well coordinated.
Were there regular meetings or some sort of internal communication process that helped the two groups to stay connected and updated?
Yes, there were regular meetings at that time. It was back in 2017, so I mean, it's hard to recollect how many meetings we had, but yes, there were.
Did the meetings have an official title, or were they just by issue?
I can't.
That was a bad question. Did they have an official heading or title that they referred to as coordination meetings or something along those lines?
I can't recall. It's back in 2017.
Okay. Do you know if other groups within engineering services had similar open lines of communication with traffic engineering and operations?
I can't talk about the other groups. I bet they do, but I can't be certain of that.
Okay. To your knowledge, was there any practice or policy in place that required traffic to advise lighting of its plans to install equipment on street lighting poles?
No.
Do you recall what the outcome of this exchange was about the street lighting poles?
To best of my recollection, I think these cameras were removed, but I can't be certain if they were or not. It was back in 2017.
Do you know if traffic did perform the study to determine if the light poles could safely carry their equipment?
No, I'm not sure if they did or not.
Okay. Registrar, you can take this down, and if you could take us to CIM 16997, please, and pull up that on one side of the screen and pull up CIM 16997 on the other side of the screen. So Mr. Sharma, point one, I think, sorry, it's the attachment, Mr. Registrar, CIM 16997.1. Thank you. So Mr. Sharma, this is the email on one side of the screen and the attachment to the email, which is an agenda meeting on the other side of the screen, just so you can see them both simultaneously. I've jumped forward a bit in time. So we're now in May 22nd, 2018. And Mr. Omrani at SEMA emails Mr. Field and he copies you and he attaches an agenda for a progress meeting for the Link Red Hill Valley Parkway Illumination Review, environmental assessment review findings. It's my understanding that as of May 2018, you were in the continuous improvement role. Is that right?
Yes, I think around that time I was in the continuous improvement role.
Okay. So you're referenced as an attendee at this meeting about the Red Hill Valley Parkway Link Illumination Review. What was your role in this project, given that you were in the continuous improvement role at this point?
I think it was, my role was very minimal in the project. Maybe, I think it was around to help Mike Field coordinate data.
Okay.
But the project was being led by Mike and most sense.
Okay. When you say to help Mr. Field coordinate data, can you expand a little bit for me on what that means?
I actually really didn't do anything on this project, but I think we were trying to locate the EA study, and that was most of my recollection for this project, and I was just helping him out to find the EA study.
Okay. So what steps did you take to help Mr. Field find the EA study?
I can't recall exactly what steps we took. I do remember we went to the Hamilton Library where they had a copy of the study.
Okay. There wasn't a copy on hand at the city?
We couldn't locate one.
Okay. Roughly how long did it take you to figure out how to get your hands on the EA study?
I can't recall exactly how many days or hours it took us, but we did find the study and it was at the library.
Okay. After finding the study, did you have any other involvement in this illumination review?
No, not really.
Do you recall what the purpose of the illumination review project was?
No, I can't recall.
Registrar, you can take this down. So now turning back to the value for money audit. So the value for money audit was conducted by Audit Services in and around 2018. Prior to 2018, had you been involved in any audits or worked with Audit Services during your time with the city?
No, I haven't.
There was an audit about the use of external consultants in 2017. Did you have any involvement in that audit?
No, I did not.
In your continuous improvement role, were you involved in implementing any of the recommendations from the audit about the use of external consultants?
Yes, I was.
Okay. What steps did you take to implement those recommendations?
I think looking back, we started talking about project management, and that was one of the recommendations coming out of it, out of the 2017 audit. And I was involved in the project management community of practice, and where we were providing input on what documents and how to implement project charters and project management plans and standards around the around public works.
Okay. So you would have reviewed the report on the use of external consultants audit for that purpose?
I didn't review the report, but I knew that was one of the outcomes of the report.
Okay. How did you know that was an outcome of the report if you hadn't reviewed it?
There was a meeting that was done by external consultant, and that was one of the primary business cases for it.
Okay. And who was the external consultant for that meeting?
Stephen Harris, I think that was his name.
Do you know what organization Mr. Harris was with?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Who else was present at that meeting?
I think there were all senior SPMs, continuous improvement from each division.
Okay.
Within Public Works that were participating, I think.
So was it the responsibility of the senior PMs for continuous improvement to implement the recommendations coming out of the external consultants audit?
No, it wasn't their responsibility. It was, I think it was the responsibility of the management to implement their recommendations.
Okay. What steps did you personally take to address those recommendations coming out of that audit?
I think at that time we were just getting started on talking about project management and how to address project management in Public Works. That was the scope of it.
During your time in the continuous improvement role, did you ever take any steps beyond that meeting to implement recommendations from the use of external consultants audit? Okay. In order to prepare for your involvement in the value for money audit, did you review any past audit reports other than the external consultants audit report?
No.
When did you first learn about the existence of the value for money audit?
I think so. The value for money audit, it was around September, late August 2018, early September, first week of September.
Do you remember who told you about the value for money audit or how you learned of it?
It was probably discussed at one of our managers' meeting or during a discussion between me and Gord.
What were you told about the audit at that meeting?
I think the general discussion was that there is an audit, value for money audit that is happening. And that was around about it.
Registrar, could you please take us to OD 9A, images 63 to 64, paragraph 150. So this is a fairly long email sent to Mr. McGuire by Dominic Pellegrini, who's the Senior Internal Auditor in Audit Services on August 24th, 2018. He sends this email to Mr. McGuire and Mr. Andoga under the subject line, value for money, question roads. And you'll see, Registrar, if you can pull out the first paragraph there. He says, in the first line of the first paragraph, in the past couple of weeks, I've had a couple of meetings with your staff. The objective of these meetings was to look at how pavement performance is tracked and managed both holistically and for each segment. He goes on to say a literature review indicates that MTO and the municipalities have reported problems with underperforming pavements. So Audit Services is interested in knowing whether the city has such a problem either on specific roads or systemically. More importantly, Audit Services would like to determine whether the city has a performance management system in place that would reveal such problems. Audit Services realizes that asset management has a system of tracking pavement conditions at different points in time and reporting these, and this is very good. Registrar, if you could close this down and pull out the first two paragraphs on the next page. And so he goes on to discuss what Audit Services is interested in. He says, however, we're wanting to also determine whether the performance of the existing pavement infrastructure is being tracked against how it is expected to perform. The life cycle methodology presumes a cycle of treatment that occurs at predicated intervals at predicted costs? How is asset management determining whether the pavement segments in the city's inventory are tracking or not to those predicted cycles and treatments and associated costs? And he goes on to identify the Link and the Red Hill Valley Parkway as specific examples. He says an example of the above would be the Link and Red Hill Valley Parkway. Stantec, the professional services company, prepared a report in June 2007 entitled The Pavement Sustainability Plan for the Link and Red Hill Valley Parkways. Registrar, if you can close this down. And he goes on to say that the introduction to this report states that the city planned on using perpetual pavement for construction on the Red Hill Valley Parkway, and construction methods to provide equivalent life had been used on the Link. Perpetual pavement is defined as asphalt pavement designed and built to last for 50 years or more without the need for major structural rehabilitation or reconstruction. The pavement lifestyle costs reflect no major rehabilitation and reconstruction activities would be needed for 50 years. Registrar, you can close this down. And he goes on to summarize the tables that came out of the Stantec report for Mr. Andoga and Mr. McGuire, including what the expectation or predicted costs were for surface treatments and minor and major rehabilitations. Registrar, you can close that out. Thank you. And take us just one page over for the continuation of the email. And so he pulls out the Link and Red Hill Valley Parkway charts, and then he sets out a list of questions at the very bottom of his email that are specific to the Red Hill Valley Parkway and Link, which, Registrar, if you don't just mind calling that out for Mr. Sharma. So he has a number of questions arising out of the Stantec report and the expected life cycles of the Link and the Red Hill Valley Parkway. And this is in August 24th, 2018. You're not copied on this email exchange. Do you recall if you had any discussions with anyone in audit services about the value for money audit prior to or in and around August 24th, 2018, when Mr. McGuire and Mr. Andoga would have received this email?
I think it was early September or late August, but it was around that time.
Registrar, you could close this down. And if you can go to image 66, paragraph 153, and call that out, please. Thank you. So this is later the same day, so August 24th. Actually, if you can call out the full site as well. Thank you, Registrar. So later the same day, Mr. McGuire forwards this email to Ms. Waite, Mr. Odie, Ms. Jacob, Mr. Lamont, and Gavin Norman, who I believe are all managers in engineering services at this time. And he copies Ms. Cameron. Again, for your reference, you're not copied on this email exchange. And he says, and I'm just going to read out the second two paragraphs here as well. So he says, my main concern is that the auditor was on this floor and talking with staff about our programs without my office having any knowledge of this inquiry. I have had a conversation with some managers, and this is meant to send the same message to all teams. When anyone approaches staff regarding compliance, risk, regulatory, or audit functions, then staff need to be aware they may escalate the inquiry to the manager level at a minimum. We will comply with all requests, but we need to be aware of the message that we are sending. The manager will decide if this requires higher level attention and engage me as required. Do you recall if you had any discussions with Mr. McGuire or anyone else in engineering services in and around August 24th, 2018 about the processes that should be followed in having discussions with the auditor?
I think around August 20, later in August 24th, 27th, that's when we started discussing.
Okay.
What process should we follow?
And what sort of conversations were you having as of late August about the processes that should be followed with respect to the value for money audit?
So I think the process we were having discussions about workload management and how to make the process more efficient. And the email board kind of states that there's underlying requirements, regulatory requirements of Bill 6 and ORAC 58817. And I think at that time we were trying to put up a financial model. So he wanted to make sure that all the resources were being efficiently used.
Do you recall when you specifically became involved in the value for money audit? Like when it became a project that was on your plate?
It was around early September. There is an email, I think, that follows this chain where Mr. McGuire sends out an email and says to all the managers to have me CC'd on the conversations that are happening with audit services.
Okay. So I think I've seen one from December, but I don't know if I've seen one from September, but I am going to take you to a September email that may help a bit. But before
near about September 20th.
Yeah. Before we go there, when you became involved in the project, what was your understanding about your role in the value for money audit?
So my role in value for money audit was to deliver data and comply with audit's request. If Dominic was asking questions related to his inquiries, I would provide him data and coordinate that data in engineering services.
Okay. What was your understanding about what triggered the value for money audit?
I am not sure. I think it was a very regular process that that triggered value for money audits. So I don't know what triggered it.
Just to circle back on that, I think you said an irregular process. What did you mean by that?
So I think audits happen in engineering services. Engineering services itself is a very multifaceted organization division. We do construction, we do designs, and so they do happen often. And value for money audit was just one of those audits that was going through engineering services.
Okay.
Could I just ask? I'm not sure whether you said a regular process or an irregular process.
I said regular.
That's what I thought, but I wanted to confirm that. Thank you.
What were you told about the purpose of the value for money audit when you were first brought onto the project?
I think the purpose was, and this was during a discussion between me and Dominic, the purpose of the project was to understand if we were getting the value that we out of our asphalt that we should have been getting. It was about evaluating life cycle cost and making sure that the value that we are getting for the asphalt is around the standard that we should be getting.
Okay. Registrar, could you please bring up HAM 11266 at image 3? So this is an email from you to Mr. Pellegrini, copying Mr. McGuire and Ms. Cameron on September 20th, 2018. Registrar, if you don't mind just pulling that out for Mr. Sharma. So you say in the first line of this email, I've recently received an update from Gord McGuire regarding value for money audit that is presently underway in engineering services. And then you go on, actually, before we move on from that, what did Mr. McGuire tell you about the value for money audit before you sent this email to Mr. Pellegrini?
So Gord was my direct supervisor. If he did want me to work on a project, he would have said that to me. And I think at that time he said he probably said that he wanted me to work on delivering information to audit services and creating a process around that.
So you said probably in that answer. Do you have a specific recollection of the?
I don't have a specific recollection of it.
So you go on to say, as part of continuous improvement for engineering services, I would like to initiate a project to implement a systemic process approach for any audits that will happen in engineering services. The process will analyze, improve current engineering services processes in place to help audit services with their investigation. The process will also look at improving our current data repository project-wise to hold all information related to any project or operation work through engineering services. Did you initiate this project, or is this something that you undertook at Mr. McGuire's direction?
This is something that I undertook at Mr. McGuire's direction.
So later on in the email, you indicate that the current audit, so that's the value for money audit, will form the business case for the project that you were putting together. What do you mean by business case in this specific context?
So I think a business case is, which is basically the objective or why the project is being done.
Sorry, the business case is the objective for why the project that you were implementing was being done?
Yeah, I mean, it forms the basis of the project.
Okay. Can you explain to me why you selected the value for money audit as the business case for your project?
So the audit was going on, and we wanted to make sure we implemented a process that was streamlined and efficient in providing information to audit services. And at that time, it was the value for money audit that was underway, and that's why I think it was selected.
What information, if any, was communicated to you that led you to the conclusion that there needed to be a streamlined approach to audits going forward?
I don't think there was any information except for asking me to work on this project that was relayed to me that made me, put that project charter together.
Was it Mr. McGuire's direction that led to the value for money audit being selected as the business case for your project?
I can't really say definitely it was his direction, but it was the business case that was selected for the project at that time, because that was the audit that was happening at that time.
And you don't recall if you made the selection or if Mr. McGuire did, or if someone else did?
It was probably me who made the selection, but so as the CISBM, we work very closely with the director. So even if I didn't make the selection, I think that was the charter should have been reviewed by board too. So he did have an understanding that that was the business case that was being made.
Was it your understanding at this time that either the auditor was having difficulty collecting documents for the value for money audit or engineering services was having difficulty providing documents?
No.
The auditor? Registrar, if you can move this over onto one side of the screen and bring up beside it HAM 27666 and start at image 1. Thank you. So in his August email, which is a little hard to locate, it's at the bottom of the document that was just brought up. Registrar, if you don't mind pulling out that email from Mr. McGuire. So this is the first half of it, and it continues on to image 2. So this is the August 24th, 2018 email from Mr. McGuire that we were looking at earlier. And he had said that his main concern was that the auditor was on the floor and talking with staff about our programs without my office having any knowledge of this inquiry. Registrar, if you can close this down and take us over to image 2 of this document. And as we discussed earlier, Mr. McGuire goes on to say that when anyone approaches staff regarding compliance, risk, regulatory, or audit functions, then staff need to be aware they must escalate the inquiry to the manager level at a minimum. And Registrar, you can close that down. Thank you. Was your project to initiate a systemic process to respond to the audit's inquiries related to Mr. McGuire's concern that the auditors were on the floor talking to engineering services staff without his knowledge?
No, it wasn't.
Did Mr. McGuire ever tell you in and around September that he had concerns that audit services was on the floor speaking to engineering services staff without his knowledge?
No.
Did he raise that topic during discussions about initiating a systemic approach to the value for money audit?
So the genesis of the project was to create a process that was optimized to deliver information to audit services, and so he didn't really. This wasn't the genesis of it, so I'm not. I can't.
Did your project about putting together the systemic approach end up going forward?
No, the project was shut down.
Okay. Why was the project shut down?
I think it was shut down later in 2019. The charter was reviewed by the manager for audit services, Bridget Menard, and her reasoning at that time was that if there was a process that was supposed to be put down, it should have been done through. It should be done at a level at Public Works, not just at engineering services.
So when you say a level at Public Works,
A level 2, sorry.
Level 2. What's level 2?
Level 2 is documents that are related to that are implemented throughout Public Works.
Okay. So it was her view that the project had to be undertaken as a whole scale project throughout Public Works and not something specific to engineering services?
That's correct.
Okay. And your project was shut down as a result of that?
Yeah, and there were other reasons to it too, but I can't recall that email.
And I've seen some indications that you were still actively working on your project as of about December 2018. Do you think that the decision to terminate your project came sometime in 2019?
Yes, it was around 2019, but then my role was then it winded down to just coordinating data and information for the audit services.
Do you have a sense of when in 2019 the decision was made to terminate your project? First half of the year, later half of the year?
I think it was the first half of the year.
Okay. Any sense of the month?
No.
Registrar, you can take this down, and if you could please take us to HAM 11266 at image 1, and if you could pull up on the other side of the screen, HAM 11268. So again, this is the covering email on one side of the screen and the attached document, which is the scope for the audit on the other side of the screen for your reference. Mr. Pellegrini sent you the scope for the value for money audit on September 20th, 2018. And you forwarded it to Mr. McGuire and Ms. Cameron. Why did you flip the value for money audit scope to Mr. McGuire and Ms. Cameron after receiving it from Mr. Pellegrini?
I think that was the business case for our project, and Gordon was my supervisor, and that's why it was flipped.
To your knowledge, did Mr. McGuire know what the scope of the value for money audit was at this time?
I'm not sure if he did or he did not.
Did you or Mr. McGuire have questions or discussions about the scope of the value for money audit that you received?
I think after I sent him this email, we did read the scope document.
Okay. Did you have any discussions with Mr. McGuire or discussions with Mr. McGuire and Mr. Pellegrini about the scope that's set out in this document?
No, it was a scope that was provided by audit services, and there's nothing really to discuss about it.
Did the scope provided by Mr. Pellegrini give you some clarity about the audit?
It did, yes.
How did it help to clarify the audit?
I think it covers the scope document generally covers what should be covered throughout the project.
Register, you can take down the covering email, and if you could leave out the scope and take us to image 2. So you'll see at the very top of image 2, Register, if you could call out the point under specific to the Red Hill Valley Parkway and link. Thank you. So there is a specific reference to the Red Hill Valley Parkway and link in the scope that's sent by Mr. Pellegrini. And it says specific to the Red Hill Valley Parkway and the link. A, compare the actual expenditure and treatment cycle to date on these roads to the budgeted assumptions made in the life cycle cost analysis. B, assess the performance of the perpetual pavement used on these roads. And C, verify whether an evaluative study has been performed validating that the 50-year life of these assets is still attainable at the cost initially budgeted. Were you aware when you received the value for money audit scope that there would be a particular focus on the Red Hill Valley Parkway and link?
Yes.
And how did you become aware of that in advance of receiving the scope?
Oh, sorry, you asked in advance?
Yes, sorry, in advance.
No, I wasn't aware in advance.
Okay. So you learned of it on receipt of this scope?
That's correct.
So the auditor is interested in the actual expenditures and treatment cycles and the 50-year life of these two assets. Within engineering services, did you have any discussions with anyone about these lines of inquiry after you received the scope?
I think Dominic sent an email to Rick and me asking about the Red Hill sustainability report, and which I think touched on each and every aspect of this objective.
Before that exchange, around the time that you received this scope, did you have any direct discussions or approach anyone to talk to them about these specific objectives in the auditor scope?
No, I did not.
Registrar, you can take this down. At the time that you received this draft of the value for money audit scope in September 2018, were you aware of any complaints or concerns about the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No, I wasn't.
Were you aware of any complaints or concerns about lighting on the Red Hill Valley Parkway from your work in street lighting?
No, I wasn't.
Were you aware of any complaints or concerns about low visibility and pavement markings on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No, I wasn't.
Were you aware of concerns or complaints that the Red Hill Valley Parkway was slippery when wet?
No, I wasn't.
Were you aware of any safety reports concerning the Red Hill Valley Parkway around this time?
During my, I think the most knowledge that I had was there was an illumination study that was going on. That was during my time in street lighting.
Okay. And I believe you also said that you were involved in the roadside safety report that was done?
That was through the street lighting.
Did you ever learn of any prior safety assessments done on the Red Hill Valley Parkway by SEMA in 2013 or in 2015?
No, I did not.
As of 2018, engineering services has had plans to repave the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Were you aware of these plans as of September 2018?
No, I wasn't.
When did you learn of the planned repaving of the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I think I learned about the plans to repave when there were discussions around the repaving the design. But it wasn't part of my role or responsibilities, even related to value for money audit. And so I didn't really pay any attention to it.
So you said you learned of it around discussions in design. Do you remember when those discussions would have occurred?
Around design and construction. I can't recall the exact timelines, but I do know Dominic, I, and Charles, we visited the Red Hill Valley Parkway when it was going to be repaved.
Okay, so that was during the repaving project?
That was during the repaving project, yes.
And do you recall why you took Mr. Brown and Mr. Pellegrini to see the project?
The reason behind it that we wanted to provide audit services a better perspective on how repaving is done and how asphalt. It was more of a field trip, I would call, on how asphalt is created, how it's tested, and how it's laid down.
Okay. And that would have been in 2019 in connection with the
Yes.
repaving? What was your understanding as to why the Red Hill Valley Parkway is being repaved?
I don't really have an understanding of it. It wasn't part of my role. So I wasn't.
Did anyone ever communicate to you the basis for the repaving?
No.
And you weren't involved in any discussions about the basis of the repaving?
Not that I can recall.
Registrar, you can take this down, and if you could take us to HAM 27500 at images 3 and 4. So this is, I'm going to start with the email page, the email in the middle of the first page here. So on October 15, 2018, Mr. Pellegrini forwards you a request that he'd sent to Mr. McGuire on September 14th, 2018 for 12 roads projects. And he says, as you can see from my email below, I sent a list of roads projects completed between 2010 and 2013 to your director. I was hoping to get some documentation, i.e. consultant's report or any other information that you have, showing how these roads degraded over time. I want to know whether they are degrading at the expected rate or slower than was expected. That would be good, as we would be getting good value for money, or whether they are degrading faster than expected. That would be bad, as we would not be getting good value for money. Registrar, you can close this down. And just for your reference, Mr. Sharma, the email sent to Mr. McGuire on September 14, 2018, that's forwarded to you, is on the second page. And you'll see there are a number of, 12 roads projects listed there. If you want to take a second to review and just let me know when you're done. Registrar, if you could shift this so that we're on images 2 and 3 of this document. So I've just moved a little bit forward in the email chain. On October 15th, you respond to Mr. Pellegrini. You say, we're collecting all the required documents as specified in the list below. Our plan is to organize the collected documents for our road program in phases, starting from initiation, planning, executing, monitoring, controlling, and closing. For that reason, we have created 2 groups, one to collect information on performance of roadways, and a technical group to collect information on design and quality aspect of the roads. Stopping there, can you tell me who was in each of those 2 groups? So let's start with the group to collect information on performance of roadways.
So the performance of roadways would be asset management.
Okay. Was it someone specific in asset management, or you were just going to asset management for that information?
So it was it would be the manager at that time, and more specifically, Rick and Doga and his group that worked on roadways.
And then the second group that you list is a technical group to collect information on design and quality aspects of the roads. Can you tell me who was in that group?
Yeah, it was the design senior project manager at that time, the manager for design, and our quality inspector, Tyler Renault.
Okay. Tyler Renault and the senior project manager for design at that time, would that have been Mr. Beck?
That's correct, yes.
Do you recall if the manager of design, Susan Jacob, was involved in that group as well?
Yes, she was.
Okay. So then you go on to say a little bit about those two groups. And you say both of these groups have been given deadlines, first week of November, to gather all the information that is related to our value for money audit. As of this email exchange, were you the point person within engineering services for the collection of documents for the value for money audit?
Yes, I was.
Okay, so were both of these two groups that you've identified sending documents specifically to you?
Yeah, we had a tracker, a tracking document that was going, and they were sending information to me or to Diana.
Diana Cameron.
Yeah, yeah.
What was Miss Cameron's role in assisting you with this project?
I think it was just around document collection and relaying it to Dominic.
Okay. So was she collecting the documents of her own accord and sending them to you, or was she sending things that you had collected and sent to her over to Dominic, just to get a sense of the division of your two roles?
I can't be, I mean, if the question is about her helping me, so she would be helping me on my task, but I'm not sure what she was doing on her part.
Okay. Was she reporting to you when she was assisting you with this project?
No, she wasn't.
Okay. Who in your view was she reporting to during this time?
She is the administrative assistant for the director of engineering services.
Okay.
So,
were there instances then that she was in communication with audit services about the value for money audit that you weren't involved in?
I'm not sure if I wasn't involved. I can't really comment on it.
Okay. Do you know if she was taking steps with respect to the value for money audit without your knowledge or direction?
I'm not sure if she was or she wasn't.
So part of your role then was collecting documents to respond to the audit on behalf of engineering services. Is that right?
That's correct.
What processes did you follow to identify and collect documents or information that might have been relevant to the value for money audit?
So one of the processes is listed in this email where we created two groups. One was to help measure the performance of roadways, and the other one was to provide technical and construction documents. So that was one step. The other step was to create a document tracker. That was a personal document for me. To get these documents, there were other meetings that were between me and Dominic, where we discussed how timelines and documents that he needed.
How were you identifying documents that would be relevant to the value for money audit?
So those documents are generally identified by Dominic, if they are relevant or not.
Okay. So when you say they were generally identified by Dominic, was he giving you lists of documentation or instructions about certain reports that he wanted provided to audit services?
Most of the time, if you go back to the 13 projects that you were showing me, he would send a list and ask for any relevant material that would be for construction design or any tenders. So we would provide that, and if he did have more questions, he will come back to us and ask for more questions.
Okay. Other than the steps that he was taking to identify documents that he thought would be relevant to the audit, were you taking any steps to identify other documents that he might not be aware of that would be relevant to the audit?
No, I wasn't.
Did you speak to other staff in engineering services to identify documents relevant to the audit?
I think the idea here was when in any audit, when audit services are asking for documents, and if you think they're relevant, you should supply them to audit services, and that's the policy for the city. And I think that's what the policy that was being followed at that time by each staff member.
So when you say, in your view, that policy was being followed by staff members, were individuals in design or in asset management sending you documents that you hadn't requested or that weren't related specifically to a request from Mr. Pellegrini because they viewed them as relevant to the audit?
I can't recall the exact amount of documents that I received, but in most of the cases, if we didn't receive a document, let's say if that was necessary for Dominic or for audit services, Dominic would usually ask for that document, and then we'll just send that document to him. So to answer your question more specifically, if the documents were related to audit's request, they were being sent by staff members to me, and that was being circulated to audit services.
Okay. Were staff within engineering services provided with a copy of the value for money audit scope so that they could take steps to identify documents that might be relevant to the audit?
I'm not sure if it was provided or not. I'm not sure if it was or not provided to each staff member.
Do you know if it was provided to anyone? Like maybe, I think you said Mr. Andoga and Mr. Beck or Ms. Jacobs were leading the two groups identified in your email. Did they have copies of the scope?
Yeah, I think that would be up to Gord because he did have I did send him the scope document. And if he did discuss it with managers, I'm not sure if he did or not.
Okay, so in your view, it would have been Mr. McGuire's role to provide the scope of the audit to his managers?
I think so, yes.
So when you were approaching engineering services staff for information, how were you identifying the information that they would be looking for? Like, were you sending them requests from Mr. Pellegrini or doing something else to communicate to them what they should be looking for?
I would be sending them requests from Dominic, yeah, Mr. Pellegrini.
Okay. Did you ask engineering services staff to help you identify documents relevant to the audit that might be beyond those requests sent by Mr. Pellegrini?
Not that I can recall.
Were you ever involved in collecting documents from or approaching staff outside of engineering services to collect documents that might be relevant to the audit?
No, my scope of work was more geared towards engineering services.
Okay. Did Mr. Pellegrini involve you on any occasions in which he reached out to staff outside of engineering services for documents?
Not that I can recall.
Did you take steps to look in ProjectWise to locate relevant documents for the audit?
No, not that I can recall, no.
Okay. Do you know if anyone within engineering services took steps to try and locate relevant documents in ProjectWise?
To best of my knowledge, it could happen, Diana, but nothing that I can say certainly.
Okay, so Diana may have, but you don't have any specific knowledge that she did?
Yeah.
Did you take any steps to look in any of the drive systems for documents? So when I say that, I know there's an S drive, there are N drives, anything within that structure of drives within the city?
Most of the documents that Dominic would ask would go to the prospective project manager who was handling the project or to the senior SPM. So I didn't really have to look into any drives to locate these documents, and most of the documents, most of the PMs actually were pretty responding in most audits requests.
So was there any approach within engineering services in place to look for documents that might be relevant to the value for money audit that hadn't been specifically requested by the auditor?
Sorry, could you repeat that question again?
Of course. Was there an approach within engineering services to look for documents that might be relevant to the value for money audit that the auditor hadn't specifically requested?
I didn't take, to me, in my role as data coordinator, my understanding was to ask the relevant person for the documents. I'm not sure if anybody else took an approach outside my scope of work. So I'm not really sure how can I answer that question. Within my scope, I think we did supply them most of the documents, and people who were supplying those documents probably would have looked everywhere, but except outside the scope that I wasn't assigned, I can't really comment on it.
So just to clarify for my purposes, it was your understanding that your scope was specifically to collect the documents requested by audit?
That's correct.
And you didn't have any scope to take steps to collect any other relevant documents or see if there was anything else that audit might need?
No, my scope was to help audit services get the documents more efficiently and more effectively.
To your knowledge, was it within someone else's scope to look into whether or not there were other documents that should be provided to audit services with respect to the value for money audit?
I can't really comment on it. To my knowledge, I don't really have any knowledge if audit reached out to anybody else to have that done. And
sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I don't really have that knowledge if audit reached out to anybody else in engineering services to look for documents. I mean, to the tasks that were given to me by audit services, they were completed.
Okay. And you don't know if anyone else considered it their responsibility to take any additional steps to locate
No, I don't know that.
In the process of responding to the specific audit requests that you were receiving, did you note any gaps or concerns about locating or accessing relevant documents that had been requested by audit services?
No.
So to your knowledge, any request that came to you from audit services was addressed?
Yes, most of them, 99% of them were addressed.
And just for some context for me, around the time that you were working on collecting documents for the value for money audit, were you working on other projects in your continuous improvement role?
Yes, I was.
How many other projects beyond the value for money audit were you working on at this time?
I think I was working on other divisional and departmental initiatives, and there were other continuous improvement projects. I was working on the Belfry to Home project that was being initiated through City of Hamilton. There were other continuous improvements that we were looking at.
Would you categorize this as a fairly busy time for you in terms of work on your plate?
Yeah, pretty busy.
So you indicate in this email that you send to Mr. Pellegrini that you expect that you will have the information by the first week of November. And then at the top of the next image, Mr. Pellegrini sends you an email on November 9th, 2018. And he says, would it be possible to meet with you today to discuss the progress on the items below? And Registrar, can you take us to image 1 of this document, please? It's the last bit of this email chain. So at the bottom of image 1, you respond to the request for a meeting. And you say, sorry about the late reply. I was thinking about setting up a meeting next week. We are in the process of finalizing the performance graphs for 13 projects. In addition to the individual project graphs, we are trying to plot an overall performance graph. This information will be supplied to you by end of the day Friday. Okay, and then on November 19th, 2018, you send a follow-up email with a link to performance graphs. And I'll give you a moment to review that email. And there's a reference to 13 projects there. just for some context for us, I had seen the email that we looked at earlier listed 12 roads projects, and you referenced performance graphs for 13 projects. Was there a 13th project added to that list at some point?
I think it was 13 projects, yes.
Okay. Do you recall what the 13th project that was added after that initial email that Mr. Pellegrini forwarded to you was?
I'm not sure what project was added.
Do you recall if it related to the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I can't recall now.
So the performance graphs that you're referencing in this email, what exactly are those performance graphs?
The performance graphs here are representations of OCI of overall road condition over a time period. It was prepared by our systems and our roads group. So I think that's what was being sent to Dominic. Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm not a road expert, so I wouldn't be able to comment on what these graphs meant. And I think I'm just trying to explain him what these lines are and how he can read these graphs.
Okay. Did you have any role in creating these graphs or reviewing the underlying data that went into these graphs?
No, I did not.
So at the bottom of the email, you direct him to give you a call if he has any questions. Do you recall if he followed up with you about these graphs?
I can't recall, no.
Okay. Registrar, you can take this down, and if you could take us to overview document 9, image 133, paragraph 325. Sorry, try 1 over. Oh, 9A, registrar, I'm sorry. OD 9A. Thank you. So a few days before the email exchange that we were just looking at, on November 9th, 2018, you'd also provided Mr. Pellegrini with the state of the infrastructure reports for 2010 to 2016. And in this email, at the very bottom, so the last, second last paragraph, you'd advised that you wanted to arrange a meeting during the week of November 19th, and that he should give you a call if he had questions about your email. Did Mr. Pellegrini give you a call in response to this November 9th, 2018 email?
I can't recall if he did or he did not, but I do remember we did have a meeting. We did have a meeting with Dominic. Again, there were so many interactions going on. I can't be 100% if he did or if he did not give me a call.
But do you think there was, or did you attend a meeting with Mr. Pellegrini in the week of November 19th, 2018, as set out in this email? Or as proposed in this email?
I probably did. Again, me and Dominic, we did have a lot of conversations around when he would send an email. So if he needed clarity on a request, or he would either give me a call or I would give him a call, but I can't be 100% sure. It was some time ago.
Do you recall any discussions or the details of any discussions that you had with him in or around mid to late November 2018?
Sorry, I'm just trying to read this.
Yeah, Registrar, can you call this out for Mr. Sharma, just the whole of 325, so it's a little bigger for him?
I think this is more in relation to Dominic asking us for the SOTI reports and evaluating how the decision trees work. And there was probably a meeting related to it with the performance team where Rick was involved. but I can't be 100% certain.
And just to clarify for my purposes, you don't recall the specifics of any discussions that you might have had with Mr. Pellegrini in and around mid to late November 2018?
No, not that I can recall right now.
Thank you. Registrar, you can take this down. And if you could please take us to overview document 9A, image 169, paragraph 401. And if you could call out paragraph 401, please. So on November 27th, 2018, you email Mr. Pellegrini under the subject line, Red Hill Valley Report. And you say, the Red Hill Report that redacted as advised by legal, engineering services received an FOI on Red Hill. The complete report and other related documents are currently being reviewed by legal. Once this review is completed, we will provide the complete non-redacted package for your review. Should you have any questions, please feel free to give me a call. Do you recall sending this email to Mr. Pellegrini?
Yes, I do.
Why did you send this email to Mr. Pellegrini?
So Dominic was requesting information related to a Red Hill report, and that he received that was redacted. And I did have a conversation with Gord, and I was just relaying the message that Gord gave me to Dominic.
Okay. Did you provide Mr. Pellegrini with the redacted report?
No, I did not.
Do you know who did provide Mr. Pellegrini with the redacted report?
I'm not sure who did, no.
So the subject line of this email starts with re, but there isn't an earlier email in the chain.
Yeah.
Did you send this email in response to an email or call or some other communication from Mr. Pellegrini?
No, that was just to emphasize on the Red Hill Valley report that he was asking for.
Okay. So why does it say re in the subject line of this email?
I think what it means is regarding.
Did you write this into the email?
Sorry?
Did you write re into the subject line of the email?
I did, yes. I have a habit of doing that, so.
Okay. And when do you usually write re into the subject line of an email?
I think when I'm trying to emphasize what the subject matter is.
Okay. The redacted Red Hill Valley Parkway report referenced in this email is the 2014 Golder report, right?
I'm not sure which one it is.
Registrar, can you take this down? And take us to HAM 61997 at image 1. So this is an email later in this chain that you're not copied on. Registrar, if you could pull out the third paragraph, the position you had advised. So this is Mr. McGuire speaking to counsel at the City of Hamilton. And he writes, with respect to the redacted report, the position you had advised was to provide the auditor our 2014 Golder Red Hill Valley Parkway report records on the Red Hill Valley Parkway, inclusive of the condition assessment, but we would redact the friction testing related materials until such time as the MPIPA response had been fully analyzed. Does that help to refresh your memory at all about what redacted report had been sent to Mr. Pellegrini?
I wasn't privy to information between Brenda or our legal and Gord. That was the message that Gord gave me in brief, and that was what was sent to audit. I wasn't sure if it was the Golder report or not.
Okay. Registrar, can you take this down? And if you can call up our HB 1010. So this is, in my understanding, the copy of the redacted report that was provided to audit services. And if you could move that over, Registrar, and pull up on the opposite side of the screen, GOL 2981. And this is a copy of the unredacted 2014 Golder Report. So I want to just take you through this document to see if we can refresh your memory as to whether or not you've ever seen it before. So we're on the cover pages of both documents right now. Registrar, could you please take us to the first redaction? So in RHV 1010, if you could take us to image 10, and if you could take us to image 10 in the corresponding Golder report as well. So you'll see that in the report that was sent to audit services, there is a section redacted under friction testing, which references the Tradewind report. And the redacted section says friction testing was carried out on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in November 2013 by Tradewind Scientific using a grip tester. The testing was completed in both of the northbound and southbound through lanes. Complete results of the friction testing are provided in Tradewind Scientific's report in Appendix E. This report also covers the results of friction testing on the link. And that's the section that is redacted from this section. And Registrar, if you could please take us over to the next page, so image 11 in each document. So you'll see that in the document sent to audit services, there's a subsequent redaction under section 6, analysis and recommendations. And the section that has been redacted says, on the remaining portion of the Red Hill Valley Parkway, the existing cracks in the surface course should be rooted and sealed to prevent the ingress of water and incomprehensible material into the pavement structure. Following the routing and sealing, it is recommended that a single layer of microsurfacing be applied. By carrying out the mill and overlay where required and applying microsurfacing, the issue of relatively low FN on the Red Hill Valley Parkway would also be addressed. The new surface course mix to be used on the Red Hill Valley Parkway should incorporate aggregates that have good polished stone value. It is recommended that the PSV of potential aggregate sources be tested in the laboratory. And then there's another redaction, or rather missing piece of information. So Registrar, could you please take us to page 100 of each of these documents? So page 100 is the last page in the report of Appendix D, which is one of the appendices attached. The version that was sent to audit services does not continue past page 100. It's the final page of the document. But the unredacted Golder report has a subsequent appendix, Appendix E. Registrar, could you please take us to image 101 of the Golder report? So you'll see Appendix E is labeled friction testing results. And then if you could take us, Registrar, in the same document over to 102 as well. So the Appendix E that's attached to this version, or the unredacted version of the 2014 Golder report, is the Tradewind friction testing report. So having taken a look at these redactions, does this help to refresh your memory about whether or not you have any familiarity with the 2014 Golder report that was provided to the auditor?
So going through this material, sitting here right now, I do understand there was the Red Hill, the Tradewind report and the Red Hill Value report that was done by Golder. But at that time, I didn't know if it was the Golder report. I knew there was a Red Hill report that was redacted and given to the auditor.
Did you ever see a copy of the redacted report?
No, I did not.
Do you know how it was sent to the auditor? If it was sent by email or if it was sent in hard copy form?
I'm not sure how it was sent to him.
Okay. Did you ever direct anyone to send it to the auditor by interoffice mail or in hard copy in some other form?
No, I did not.
Do you know who redacted the report?
I'm not sure who did, but I do know Golder reports were being handled by Gord and Diana, so it could be one of those, but I can't be 100% sure who did.
Okay. Just circling back on that, when you say that you knew that Golder reports were being handled by Gord and Diana, can you expand a little bit on that? How did you know that Ms. Cameron and Mr. McGuire would be addressing Golder reports?
So I was, I think if you go back in some of the emails, I was trying to locate PMTR reports, and I was having a very hard time finding the exact PMTR reports. And at that time, Gord had advised me that he would be looking at talking to Ludimir or with I think it was Gary who started the project, or with Gary Moore to find the Golder reports.
So on that point, Registrar, could you take us out of this set of documents and into overview document 9A? Oh, actually, I'm sorry, before we leave, can we mark the redacted version of the Golder report, RHB 11010 as exhibit 145, I believe?
Noted, Council. Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Sharma, circling back on your point. Could you take us, Registrar, to overview document 9A 152 at paragraph 363? So this is an email that Ms. Cameron sends to Mr. Moore, copying Mr. McGuire and you on November 16th, 2018. And she says, I have been tasked with summarizing Golder's category 12 work for the audit from 2013 to present. I have the value of assignments for from ProjectWise for the 2015 to 2016 and 2017 to 2018 roster years. However, the only information in 2013 to 2014 roster folder is the scoring. Can you please provide me with the value of the assignments Excel file? Does this exchange relate to Mr. McGuire and Ms. Cameron being in charge of collecting the Golder reports or information related to Golder?
I'm not yeah. It could be, yes. I'm not 100% sure if it was. I didn't have a knowledge of Golder, what work Golder had done at that time. So it could be.
Registrar, you can take this down. Mr. Sharma, did you ever receive an explicit direction from someone, Mr. McGuire or anyone else within engineering services, not to look for the Golder reports, or that Mr. McGuire would be handling the Golder reports specifically?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. So what was the basis of your understanding that Ms. Cameron and Mr. McGuire were responsible for looking after the Golder reports with respect to the value for money audit?
So I think most of the communications that were related to the Golder reports were being done between Diana, Gord, and the audit services. And this is how I understand it now. Back then, looking at the email right now, Diana had her task to follow up on, and I had my own tasks that we both were following up on. So that's my complete understanding of it.
Okay. So you weren't involved in the redaction of the 2014 Golder report that we were looking at?
No, I wasn't.
What information were you provided when you sent that email to Mr. Pellegrini about the redacted report?
I think
the redactions. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't catch the last part of your question.
What information were you given and from whom in order to write that email to Mr. Pellegrini about the redactions and the basis for those redactions?
I think the information was given by Gord, and that's the way the email was worded to Dominic.
What did Mr. McGuire tell you about the redactions or the report that had been redacted before you sent that email to Mr. Pellegrini?
I think what he must have, what he had told me at that time, the report was redacted as advised by legal, and that's what was sent to Dominic.
Okay. And he didn't give you a copy of the redacted report for your own purposes in your conversations with Mr. Pellegrini?
No, I didn't need one.
Okay. Did you ask him for a copy of the redacted report?
No, I didn't need one. I mean, that was in my role, so.
So at this point, it's my understanding that you were the point person for engineering services in terms of providing information to the value for money audit. Did you find it odd or out of the ordinary that Mr. McGuire was taking the lead role on this and not providing you with a redacted copy of the report?
No, I did not find it out of ordinary, no.
Okay, why not?
There's certain things that are above my pay grade, especially I mean, if your director is saying that it was advised by legal, I didn't have any reason to question him, so I didn't find it out of ordinary if he was advising me. Yeah.
Okay.
And sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, and I think it was around December when Dominic was given a copy of the report.
Yeah, so I'm going to take you to Mr. Pellegrini's review of the unredacted report shortly. But before we get there, you had advised earlier that when you were collecting documents for the audit in your role, you were producing documents that had been specifically requested by Mr. Pellegrini. Did Mr. Pellegrini ever specifically request a copy of the 2014 Golder report prior to November 27, 2018?
Nothing that I can recall right now. No.
Were you ever advised about how Mr. Pellegrini learned of the 2014 audit report or why it was provided to him in redacted form?
No.
Do you know why the redacted version of the 2014 Golder report would have been sent to Mr. Pellegrini if he hadn't specifically requested it?
I'm not sure. I really didn't send the report, so I'm not sure why it was sent to him.
Okay. And you didn't communicate to Mr. Pellegrini at any point any information about the existence of the 2014 Golder report?
I mean, if Dominic would have asked me for the Golder report, I would have tried finding the Golder report for him, but I don't think he did ask me for the Golder reports. So I don't know if I wasn't involved in finding these reports for him. How would I have told him about these reports?
So you don't have any sense as to how or why the original 2014 redacted Golder report was sent to audit services?
No.
How did you learn of the existence of the 2014 Golder report appending the trade wind report?
So I didn't really know there was a Golder report or a trade wind report that was in existence until, and I have never read that report. My role in the audit services was merely to coordinate data and information that was being sent. Looking at these emails right now and understanding what that Red Hill Valley report was, I do see that my involvement started back when that email was sent out to Dominic, but I wasn't privy to what the information was in the Golder reports, or I wouldn't even look for it if Dominic wouldn't have asked me.
Okay. And just on that point, why were you the one that sent the email to Mr. Pellegrini about the redacted report if you weren't involved in providing it to audit services or Mr. Pellegrini?
Dominic might have called me, probably would have called me to ask that he has received a redacted report. And then I would have been to Gord and asked him about it. And that was the message that Gord would have given me.
Okay. And you said probably there. Do you have a specific recollection of receiving a call from Mr. Pellegrini or going to Gord about the redacted report after receiving that call?
I don't have a specific recollection. A lot of times Dominic walked by my desk to ask me questions, or he would have called. So I can't really recall if it was he was there or if he was just calling me. But in general, he did pick up the phone when he needed something.
Okay. And so you had said in one of your prior answers that you didn't learn of the existence of the 2014 Golder report appending the Tradewind report until, and then you actually trailed off a bit. Can you tell me when exactly you learned about the existence of the 2014 Golder report appending the Tradewind report?
I think sitting here now, I do understand that the Golder report was the Tradewind report and what it means. But at that time, to me, I think when there were interactions about the email about the redactions, I knew there was a Red Hill Valley report, but I didn't know there was it was called the Tradewind report, or what was the content in the report.
Okay. So removing hindsight from the equation, when did you realize that the 2014 Golder report and Tradewind report existed?
I didn't. I think it was towards the end of the audit when it was made public. That's when we all realized that there was a Tradewind report.
Okay, so you learned about it in connection with the press release advising of the 2014 Golder report and Tradewind report?
That's correct.
Registrar, can you take us into HAM 61997 at images 2 and 3, please? So just for context, this is returning to the email chain that is started by your email to Mr. Pellegrini about the redacted report. On December 3rd, 2018, Mr. Pellegrini responds, and this is the email that kind of crosses over between the two pages that are up, to your email, and he copies in Mr. Brown, who's the city auditor, and Bridget Menard, who's also with the office of the city auditor. I believe she's the deputy city auditor. And he says that audit needs an unredacted version of the report and can't wait for legal services to complete its review. He goes on to ask for the name of the lawyer on the file. And then you'll see the next email up on December 3rd, 2018. Mr. McGuire responds to this email from Mr. Pellegrini, and he adds in Diana Cameron and Berdina McDeal. And at this point, you're still copied on the email chain. And he says, possibly there is some miscommunication. Yes, Registrar, if you can pull that out for us, thank you. He says, possibly there is some miscommunication here, and we are happy to have you review the file. We have a copy here, and we can arrange with Diana, and you can arrange with Diana to come and see the copy. The solicitor on the file is CC'd as well, and she is Berdina McNeil. The data we have withheld at Legal Services Advice is related to friction testing and subject to an FOI FIPA request on that subject. There is ongoing and pending litigation on this matter, and we're following their advice. The MFIPA process will be shorter than months from my understanding. We have redacted the paragraphs, and there is one appendix of 13 pages related to the friction characteristics that we discussed, and as noted, are available here for your review. So just returning to that paragraph where he's discussing the basis for the redactions to the 2014 Golder report. Were you involved in any of those discussions about redacting the friction testing information?
No, I wasn't involved, no.
And when Mr. McGuire approached you, or spoke to you about the email that you sent on November 27th, did he communicate any additional information about the basis for those redactions to you?
No, he did not.
Did Mr. McGuire help you to draft the email that you sent to Mr. Pellegrini?
I think that was the message that Gord relayed, and I just took that and sent it to Dominic.
Okay. Do you recall if he dictated the email to you?
I don't think he dictated the email to me, no.
But he directed you in terms of what the content of the email should be?
Yeah, that was his message, yes.
Was anyone else present when you and he had that conversation?
Not that I can recall, no.
Did you and Mr. McGuire have any discussions about an FOI request in or around the time that you were drafting that email?
I think this was this is one of the emails that Gord CC'd me on, and that's how I found out about the FOI that was happening.
Did you have any involvement in collecting materials for the FOI request?
No, I did not.
So Mr. McGuire tells Mr. Pellegrini that he can arrange with Ms. Cameron to see a copy of the 2014 Golder report. Did you have any discussions with Mr. McGuire or Mr. Pellegrini about the offer for Mr. Pellegrini to come and see the unredacted version of the report?
I think the email, the email itself kind of invited Dominic to come see the report in Gord's office, and I think at that time Dominic left for vacation, or he was off for some time, and when he came back, it was around December 3rd.
Okay.
And he came, yeah.
Did you have any discussions around this email before or after it got sent out about Mr. Pellegrini coming to visit the office?
No, I did not.
So you mentioned a moment ago that the report was in Mr. McGuire's office, and I don't actually see a reference to that in this email. How did you know that the unredacted version of the 2014 report was in Mr. McGuire's office?
If you go to the email on December 3rd, where Dominic or Gord is saying that he could come to his office, and there is an email chain here where he's asking Dominic he can come to his office and review the report.
Okay, so that's information that you learned from reviewing emails in your prep?
That's correct.
Did you have any understanding about the terms of Mr. Pellegrini's review of the 2014 Golder report before Mr. Pellegrini visited the office?
Sorry, I don't understand the question. What do you mean by terms?
Let me rephrase. What understanding, if any, did you have about the conditions under which Mr. Pellegrini could review the 2014 Golder report?
I didn't have any knowledge. The report was in Gord's office and he could have reviewed it.
Okay. Did you have any understanding about there being restrictions on his ability to review the report or take copies of the report or otherwise take any actions during his review of the report?
No, I did not. No.
Registrar, if you can take us in this same document to image 1. So this is an email that Mr. McGuire forwards to Ms. McNeil, and he copies in Dan McKinnon. And this is the email that we had briefly looked at before. But Registrar, if you can pull out the full content of this email, please. So at the very bottom, you'll see that there are 2 paragraphs where Mr. McGuire says, however, today, the auditor visited my office while I was in a meeting and made copies of the report. He mentioned that staff allowed it, but I have previously discussed access to these files with him and thought that our approach was understood. I'm concerned that the audit now has records that may be released prior to MFIPA response. This may influence our position on this file. I may be overreacting, but feel this is an element that requires some higher level understanding. As such, I've copied in Dan McKinnon. And for your reference, Mr. Sharma, you've been removed from this portion of the email exchange. Was it your understanding that Mr. Pellegrini was only permitted to read the unredacted copy of the 2014 Golder Report when he visited Engineering Services on December 4th, 2018, sorry?
No, that wasn't my understanding, no.
Did Mr. McGuire ever communicate that those restrictions had been in place to you?
No, he did not.
Were you present when Mr. Pellegrini attended in Engineering Services to review the 2014 Golder Report on December 4th, 2018?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Who else was present when Mr. Pellegrini attended to review the report?
It was I and Diana. Our office was, our cubicles were right in front of Gord's office, right across the hallway. So we both were there.
Okay. And where was the unredacted 2014 Golder Report when Mr. Pellegrini attended at the office?
I think it was in Gord's office.
Okay. And it's my understanding that Mr. McGuire wasn't in the office when Mr. Pellegrini attended?
No, he wasn't.
Okay. Around what time did Mr. Pellegrini arrive at the office?
I'm not sure what was the time.
Okay. Do you know if it was in the morning or afternoon?
Probably late morning or the afternoon. I can't be 100% sure what time it was.
Did you have any discussions with Mr. Pellegrini when he attended to review the unredacted report?
No, I did not.
Do you recall if he had any discussions with Ms. Cameron when he attended to review the report?
Not that I can recall, no.
What did Mr. Pellegrini do on arriving at the Engineering Services office?
I wasn't in the office with him. I was sitting on the desk, but I think he reviewed the report and made a copy and left.
Okay. So you said you weren't in the office with him. You mentioned
In Gore's office, sorry.
Yeah. Okay. So he made a copy of the report and left. Just for clarification purposes for myself, would Mr. Pellegrini have been able to use the copy and scanning machines in Engineering Services without authorization from staff?
Yeah,
Okay.
they were open to everybody.
Okay, so there's no code or anything that you would have to enter in order to make a scan or a copy?
No,
And did Mr. Pellegrini make the copies of the report himself?
to best of my recollection, I think he did. Yes.
Okay.
I mean, he didn't make it in front of me. I was but I think he did. Yeah.
Okay. When you say he didn't make it in front of me, can you expand a bit on what you mean by that?
I mean, because I was sitting on my desk and the copier is not in front of me. So he probably went to the copier and made the prints, but I think that's a better question for him.
Okay. Where are the copiers in Engineering Services located in reference to Mr. McGuire's office?
Okay. So, you know, in our office, let's say if this was in the center, of course, offices, our cubicles are here, and then there's a little corridor in the middle, and the one copier was towards the GM's office, and the other copier was I think towards geomatics.
Okay. Do you recall if Mr. Pellegrini needed to ask for staff assistance in order to locate those copiers?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. Did Mr. Pellegrini speak to any Engineering Services staff, Ms. Cameron, yourself, or anyone else who was present, and ask or to indicate that he was going to make copies or to ask permission to make copies of the report?
I can't recall if he did or he did not.
Okay. And I think you said that it was yourself and Ms. Cameron that were present. Do you recall any other Engineering Services staff being present during this time period?
I mean, we had the whole engineering services floor that was present at that time, but more relevant to this, it would be just Diana and I who were sitting there.
And did Mr. Pellegrini advise either you or Ms. Cameron that he was going to take copies of the unredacted report before he did so?
I can't recall if he did or he did not.
So there's a reference in Mr. McGuire's email at the bottom where he indicates that Mr. Pellegrini told Mr. McGuire that staff allowed it when he took the copies. Do you recall, is that true from your perspective, or do you have a memory one way or the other?
I don't have a memory one way or the other, but if he would have asked me, I would have 100% not said a no. He's the auditor.
Right. So at this point in time, did you have any directions from Mr. McGuire or anyone else not to allow Mr. Pellegrini to take copies of the report when he attended at the office?
No, I did not.
To your knowledge, did Ms. Cameron have instructions of that nature?
I'm not sure if she did or she didn't.
Did you have any instructions from Mr. McGuire or anyone else not to review the report that was left out from Mr. Pellegrini in Mr. McGuire's office?
No.
But you didn't review that report or see it when Mr. Pellegrini came in to take a look at it?
No, I did not. No.
Okay. Why didn't you take a look at the report?
Well, it was in Gord's office, and you know, it's if something is lying in somebody's office, I wouldn't reach out and take a look for it, and I wasn't really interested in the material for the report. It wasn't something that was very specific to my role.
So Mr. McGuire says in the last paragraph of this email to Ms. McNeil, I'm concerned about the audit. I'm concerned that the audit now has records that may be released prior to our MFIPA response. This may influence our position on this file. I may be overreacting, but feel this is an element that requires some higher level of understanding. As such, I've copied Dan. Did Mr. McGuire ever express any concerns about the audit releasing the 2014 Golder report to you?
No, he did not.
Did you have any discussions with Mr. McGuire about Mr. Pellegrini's visit or about Mr. Pellegrini taking copies of the unredacted report in and around December 4th when he attended at the office?
Not that I can recall, no.
Were you present when Mr. McGuire was advised that Mr. Pellegrini had taken copies of the 2014 Golder report?
Not that I can recall. I know Gord was in a meeting and he probably came back from the meeting, and that's when he was advised, but I can't be certain when was it and when was it done.
Okay. So you don't have any reaction, you don't have any recollection of Mr. McGuire's reaction on learning that Mr. Pellegrini had taken the 2014 Golder report?
I think when Gord was told about the copy of the report, or when he had the knowledge that Dominic did take the copy, he wasn't very happy, but I can't really comment on how he was reacting or, you know.
Okay. So you said he wasn't very happy. How did you know that he wasn't very happy?
I think the position in this email here now says that it was Dominic wasn't supposed to take a copy of the report, and I guess it was that he wasn't supposed to take a copy of the report, and he did. But again, I can't be 100% sure that if he wasn't allowed, I wasn't privy to that information at that time.
Okay, so just to clarify, you're referencing Mr. McGuire's comments in this email for that statement that you didn't think that Mr. McGuire was very happy. Do you have any independent recollection of an interaction with Mr. McGuire in and around this time where it was clear or he indicated that he was unhappy that Mr. Pellegrini had taken the report?
I can't recollect. No, I don't remember exactly. No, I don't.
Okay. So at the bottom of this email, Mr. McGuire says this may influence our position on this file. Do you have any sense of what Mr. McGuire is referring to with that comment?
No, I don't.
Did Mr. McGuire or anyone else ever express concerns to you that city staff would have to change their position on how to address the Tradewind report or the 2014 Golder report after Mr. Pellegrini took copies of the redacted information from his office?
No, he didn't.
Registrar, could you take this down and take us to overview document 9A, image 192, paragraphs 436?
I'm just going to note the time, Ms. Bruckner. It's bit past the time when we normally take our break.
Yes,
And you advise when it would be appropriate to take a break.
Yes, I was going to finish off a couple more emails in this chain, which I think would take about 5 minutes, but I'm also happy to break now if that's preferable.
I think it might be preferable.
Okay.
If it's now 22, we'll return, I guess, at 5 to. Thanks very much.
Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Register, could you please call up OD 9A, image 192, paragraph 436? So this is in reference to the email that we were discussing between Mr. McGuire, Ms. Menard, and Mr. McKinnon before the break. Ms. McNeil forwards that email to Ms. Audie and Mr. Sabo, who are also solicitors with the city. And she writes, in my discussion with Gore today, I asked whether there was a possibility that the audit department could inadvertently release information about the friction testing reports that could end up being discovered by any counselors before there has been a chance by Public Works and or Legal Services to report on the issue to council. We had no answer between us, so I am raising it with you. Did Mr. McGuire or anyone else at the city advise you that one of the reasons the auditor was not provided with an unredacted copy of the 2014 Golder report was concerns that counselors could learn of the friction testing reports before the Public Works Department and or Legal Services could report on them to council?
No.
Registrar, you can take this down. You could take us to HAM 27661 at image 1.
Sorry, Council, do you mind repeating the doc ID for me?
Yeah, of course. HAM 27666 at image 1.
Thank you.
At 4:13 p.m. on December 4th, 2018, so that's the same day that Mr. Pellegrini has visited Engineering Services to take a look at the Golder report. Ms. Cameron forwards you and Mr. McGuire an August 27th response from Gavin Norman to Mr. McGuire's August 24th, 2018 emails that we've looked at a couple times before about the auditor speaking to Engineering Services staff without his knowledge. And in that email, Register, can you call out the middle email there? Mr. Norman says, seems a bit sneaky to me that they didn't advise you first. They wanted to investigate this. They have done it before with me, i.e. not talking to my director. I would think that at this point, they should be satisfied that you are proceeding with work to address Bill 6. Register, you can close that out. So if you look to Ms. Cameron's forward of this email on December 4th, 2018, there's no content in the covering email. What was your understanding as to why Ms. Cameron forwarded you and Mr. McGuire this email chain from August 2018?
I'm not sure why this email was forwarded to us, but Gavin was one of the managers for Gord, so it could be because he was sending an email to Gord. That's why it was sent to him and me. It related to audit, but I'm not 100% sure why it was sent.
Okay. Was this email forwarded to you in connection with discussions around Mr. Pellegrini's visit to the Engineering Services Office and review of the 2014 Golder report on December 4th, 2018?
So can you repeat that again?
Yeah, so just to add the context again, this email is forwarded to you late on the day on December 4th, 2018, which is the same day that Mr. Pellegrini visited Engineering Services to review the 2014 Golder report and took copies of the report. Was this email forwarded to you in connection with discussions around Mr. Pellegrini's visit to the Engineering Services Office and review of the 2014 Golder report on December 4th, 2018?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. And again, had you had any discussions with Mr. McGuire or Ms. Cameron about that visit on December 4th, 2018?
No.
Okay. Mr. McGuire didn't approach you to ask about your interactions with Mr. Pellegrini on that day?
I don't think he did ask. Nothing specific that I can recall. I mean, it was some time ago. No, I can't. I can't really recall if he did ask or if he didn't.
Did you have any discussions with Mr. McGuire or Ms. Cameron about this email chain that's forwarded to you on December 4th, 2018, after you received it?
No, no. It was probably, I mean, the time there is 4:14. I probably had left at that time, the office. So I'm not sure if it was discussed or not.
Just on that point, what were your arrive and leave times during this time period? Like, when did you arrive at the office and generally leave?
Usually around 7 to 3:30. And if there was a meeting request that was at a later time, I would, and if I was needed, I would attend that meeting.
Okay. Registrar, if you could take this down and take us to overview document 9A, image 199, paragraph 455. So this is the next day, December 5th, 2018. Mr. McGuire emails Mr. Andoga, Ms. Jacob, Mr. Odie, Mr. Norman, and Mr. Lamont, copying you and Ms. Cameron. And take a moment to review this email and let me know when you've had a chance to do so.
Yeah.
Did Mr. McGuire discuss this email with you before he sent it?
He probably did.
Do you recall what conversations you had about this email before it was sent?
Nothing that I can recall now.
Okay. So the email starts bold and underlined. This email is to go no further than this distribution list. What was your understanding about why that sentence was emphasized in this email?
I think it was to be within the managers, and the this was communicated only to the managers.
Okay. Do you know why it was communicated only to the managers?
I mean, there's certain things that are just communicated to supervisors and managers, and I think that was one of this. This was one of those instances where managers were advised.
Did you have any discussions with Mr. McGuire about why this was one of the things that would be communicated only to managers?
No.
Had Mr. McGuire expressed concerns to you about his emails being circulated beyond the intended recipients before he sent this email?
No, he did not.
So you'll see there's a couple paragraphs in. Oh, actually, sorry, it's the second paragraph. Mr. McGuire says, as this project moves into the delivery phase, I am asking that all communications to the auditor are through my office via Dipankar, and that is underlined as well. Based on our conversation up to this point, it's my understanding that prior to December 5th, you'd already been appointed as engineering services point person for the value for money audit document collection efforts. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you know why Gord was re-emphasizing that point in this email?
There was an email that was sent on, I think it was around this time by Rick Andoga that didn't CC me on the response, and I think that's why he was emphasizing here why the communications should go through me.
So it's your understanding that that was emphasized because of that incident with Mr. Andoga, in which he had sent something without running it through you?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. Did you have any discussions with Mr. McGuire where he indicated that that was the basis for this?
I I think there's an email chain, in these documents that kind of indicates where that communication happened. I think it was around December 3rd or 4th.
Yeah, there is an email chain that indicates that Mr. Andoga did send some information to audit without running it through you. I just wondered if you had had a specific conversation with Mr. McGuire before he sent out this email, where he indicated that this was sent because of that interaction between audit services and Mr. Andoga.
Nothing that I can recall.
Okay. So this email references submissions. So the plan is to begin submissions to the auditor this week, which I expect will generate questions. In the context of this email and the value for money audit, is the reference to submissions here to a collection of documents that you'd put together, or is that a reference to written submissions for the audit?
I think the reference here is the data that needs to be delivered to audit services.
Okay, so that's the data that you had been collecting.
Yeah.
Registrar, you can take this down, and if you could take us to overview document 9A, image 200, paragraph 459 to 460. Thank you. So on December 5th, 2018, you email Mr. McGuire, copying Ms. Cameron, about an audit catalog. And so you've referenced a couple of occasions so far that you were keeping a list of documents that were going to audit services. Is that the audit catalog?
Possibly, yes. I just want to take a look at the document if you have it.
Yeah, absolutely. I can take you to the document. Registrar, we'll have to pull this up in native. So this is the version that is appended to that email that we were just looking at from December 5th. And the document is HAM 35732. So that's the attachment to that email. Is that the list or the repository of information that you've been putting together of things that were being collected and sent to audit services?
Yes, at that point in time, yes.
Okay. Registrar, can you take this down for a second and take us back to OD 9A? Thank you. How much of your time was spent preparing that audit catalog that we were just looking at?
Preparing that audit catalog?
Yeah, like was something that was prepared over the entire length of time that you were working on collecting documents?
So it was a live document that was made to track my own information that I was sending to audit services. It was live because the audit went for however long it went for, and if you were sending information, we would add that, or I would add that to the tracker or the audit catalog here.
So what the process that you were following then in terms of getting information into that tracker was you would add whatever you had sent to the audit into it?
Yeah, so the process that I would follow is if Dominic would request, would it be possible just to see that tracker one more time?
Yeah, sure. Registrar, can you take us back to the Excel sheet?
Right, perfect, thank you. So the process that I would follow is if Dominic would be asking me questions or sending me requests. For example, here you have the 13 projects that he was asking questions about. I would list them and I would highlight them red if the documents weren't supplied to him at that time. And if I did supply the documents, and then I would mark them as green or Y, that means yes, it has been supplied to him.
Did you have any process in place to keep track of documents that weren't being provided directly through you to Mr. Pellegrini? So for example, a document that was sent by someone else within engineering services to the auditor?
No, I didn't.
So this catalog then specifically represents information that you'd collected and provided to Mr. Pellegrini?
Most of it, so it originated as a document that, or a tracker that I was using to send information to audit services. I think somewhere later, Diana also updated the catalog, but I'm not sure at what time she started updating it, but it was preliminary. The use for the document was for me to track my documents that I was sending and reports and data, whatever Dominic was asking for.
Okay, so this version of the catalog dates to December 5th, 2018, or at least is attached to your December 5th, 2018 email. As of December 5th, 2018, had Ms. Cameron had any involvement in putting documents onto this list?
No.
Okay. Registrar, can you take this down for a moment, but keep it on hand as I'm going to ask to pull it up again. I just want to take a look at the email.
Just by looking at the document, I think most of the entries there were mostly mine. I don't think there was, yeah.
Okay. So you're fairly certain that as of December 5th, 2018, what's represented on that catalog is information that you specifically put there because you'd sent it to audit?
I wouldn't say fairly certain, but pretty possible, yes, but not
Possible.
100%.
Can you give me a sense of the certainty level?
That's a good question. So around December, you said this document was sent around December 5th to Gord, and maybe he could have added some reports to it. But I can only review so much, but Diana could have added reports to it. So that's what I'm saying. I can't be 100% certain because I sent the copy and I'm not sure at what point of time this copy is from.
Okay, so just for reference, the version that we were looking at is the one that you send to Mr. McGuire and Ms. Cameron on December 5th, 2018. So it's not something that's coming back to you from them. It looks like you send it directly to them. Does that help a bit in terms of assessing whether or not you think that they would have added anything to it at this point?
Yeah, I can be 100% certain if they did.
Okay. So in your December 5th email, Registrar, if you don't mind calling out 459 and 460 again. So you indicate in this email to Mr. McGuire and Ms. Cameron that there are a couple of report from Golder that are missing. What steps did you take to identify consultant reports that might be relevant from Golder, such that you were sending this email to Mr. McGuire on December 5th about missing Golder reports?
So if you go back to the catalog now.
Yeah, Registrar, if you can do that for Mr. Sharma, please.
And if you can zoom into line 16, pavement and material technology review. Yeah, that's good too. So I think these are the reports that I am referring to. And to answer your question, how did I know that these were the reports? I think Dominic asked me to look at PMTR reports, and that's how I would have gotten these reports here.
So just to make sure I have that right, it's lines 15 to 17. So the 3 PMTR reports for phase 1, 2, and 3 are the reports from Golder that you weren't able to locate?
I think so, yes.
Okay. What steps did you take to try and locate those reports?
So in my usual process, I would reach out to the managers or the SPMs who were involved or who would have knowledge of these projects, and I would have probably reached out to the managers at that time.
Okay. Do you have a specific recollection of reaching out to a manager about these missing reports?
I think I reached out to Marco and Susan.
Okay. So Marco Odie and Susan Jacob.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay.
Odie.
And they weren't able to provide you with copies of the 3 PMTR reports?
No, they weren't.
After you sent this email, did you take additional steps to find the 3 missing PMTR reports?
I think we did find some report. It was located in with Rich Shabib in the geomatics corridor section,
Okay.
and that was provided to audit services. I'm not sure exactly which phases we found, but I think we found most of them.
Okay. So on reviewing this catalog, I don't see a reference to either the 2014 Golder report or the trade wind report in this version, which again is from December 5th, 2018. Why weren't those reports included in the catalog?
Firstly, I didn't supply those reports to audit services. So one of the reasons is possibly that it wasn't recorded on this catalog because of that. And if you do look at, and this catalog again was meant to track most of the reports that I was sending. And it's a very point of time view of this catalog or tracker, what would you call it? And when you look at the final version of this document, that has recorded the Red Hill Valley Parkway 6-year review. I think the appendices to that report is the Golder or the trade wind report.
Yeah, so I can take you to what I believe the document that you're referencing is. Registrar, can you keep this on hand, but pull up a native version of HAM 64380?
And I just want to add one more thing to it. So the document that you said was December 5th, right?
Yeah.
And if Dominic would have gotten a report on, let's say, December 4th or 5th, I didn't really send him the report, but it was my personal document. If it wasn't updated right away, nobody was really focusing on as much as I was on tracking these documents for myself than to supplying information. I think that was the bigger focus for us.
So just before I take you into this, which I believe is the updated version you're referencing.
That's right.
As of November 27th, you had been involved in the back and forth with Mr. Pellegrini about the redacted 2014 Golder report, although you gave evidence earlier today that you didn't know what report that was. And it's not mentioned on the December 5th version of this report. Did you have any discussions with Mr. McGuire in respect of the December 5th, 2018 version of the catalog about including that redacted report?
Sorry, could you repeat your question again? Sorry, if you don't mind, from the start, if you don't mind.
So as of November 27th, we looked at email chains earlier today that indicate that you had been involved in back and forth with Mr. Pellegrini and Mr. Brown and Ms. Menard in the office of the city auditor about the redacted report that had been sent to audit. You gave evidence that you did not know what report that was that had been redacted, but we did see that you were copied on email chains going back and forth in November. Around the time that you were preparing the December 5th, 2018 version of your catalog or tracker of documents sent to audit, did you have any discussions with Mr. McGuire about that report that had been sent to audit and whether or not it should be included on your tracker?
So I just want to take you back on your question first. So the email that you're talking about on November 27th, that was about the redaction of the Red Hill Valley report. Even if you read the email, it talks about Red Hill Valley report. I didn't know what was the content in the report at that time, right? That wasn't my role to begin with. My role was to circulate data that was provided to me. So you said the evidence that was given that I had no knowledge. I didn't have knowledge what was included or what was in the content of the report. And if you can see the title, I mean, I was calling it the Red Hill Valley report, and that's what was told to me by Dominic. Coming down to the final part of your question, the tracker or the audit catalog, I think the version that you have in front of you does have the Red Hill Valley report. If you go down.
Yeah, it's at line 39, Registrar, if you can take us there.
Here we go, yes. So till going through these documents, I still didn't know what the Red Hill Valley Parkway detailed safety analysis was. So I included whatever information I had given to audit between I and Diana. I think we updated this catalog, but it was never meant to be a final product to be given to audit services or anybody. It was a personal tracker for tasks that I was doing. So to complete the answer to the question, I think my role for the audit was to supply information to audit services. On December, whenever Dominic came and he got the copy, that was the most important part of him receiving the information that he was requesting. The catalog here did update with all the information that was needed. And I'm not sure what time it was entered here, but that's the final copy of the catalog that's in front of you. So I hope that answers the question.
So I think that the question that I was trying to get at was, at some point in advance of December 5th, 2018, did you ever approach Mr. McGuire and ask him if the redacted report that had been sent to the auditor should be represented on the catalog or the list of documents that you were preparing and maintaining?
No, because again, it wasn't something that I was sending. It was my director who was sending that information to him. So I didn't see a point of putting information that anybody else would be sending to the auditor, as this was my own personal life document.
Okay. And when you sent the December 5th version of the Excel sheet to Mr. McGuire and Ms. Cameron, did either of them ever approach you and indicate that there was a report that had been missing? Did either of them ever approach you and indicate that the redacted report that had been sent to the auditor should be reflected on your spreadsheet?
No, I don't think they did, no.
And so we're now looking at this version of the Excel sheet that has been recently produced. And we see that there is a reference to the Red Hill Valley Parkway Performance Review after 6 years in service, which is the 2014 Golder report. Do you recall when you made that entry into the spreadsheet?
I'm not sure when that entry was made, no.
Would it have been before or after the existence of the 2014 Golder report and Tradewind report were made public?
It was possibly before, but I mean, again, I can't pinpoint a date for certain when it was entered.
Do you know when this version of the spreadsheet actually dates to?
So Do you mean when the spreadsheet was made, or do you mean at what point of time view is the spreadsheet? Sorry,
Yeah, so I'm just trying to get a sense of when this spreadsheet actually was created. And the document properties indicate that it was last modified or saved on, I think, June 6, 2019. But I don't have a sense of when this is actually coming from, because there's no covering email or other indication of when this entry was added onto your catalog between the December 5th version we were looking at and the June 6, 2019 final date in the document properties. So I just wondered if you had any sense of when you made that change or how consistently you were updating the catalog over time.
The catalog was being updated over time. I wouldn't call myself 100% consistent. You send an email, you update it right away. But it was being updated. There were times that there were months that, when Dominic was gone on vacation, or Gord was away, or there was no activity that was happening in the audit, it wasn't updated. But mostly, if we were sending out reports or updates, it was getting updated. But it was, again, I can't, and I've said this before, but it was a personal tracker for my own task, and I didn't really, as much as I did want to make sure that all the information that was being recorded or that was being asked for from audit was being tracked by me, and I made sure that information was being supplied. And I think that was the whole genesis of this document. And it was so live that whenever we would get a request, we would send the documents, and we would probably update it. So I can't be exact when was this entry added to it. Sorry, that's a long-winded answer to a simple question.
Okay. So you had indicated that you think there was a point at which Ms. Cameron and possibly Mr. McGuire also made additions to this document. So this line in the version that we're looking at.
Not Mr. McGuire. I don't think Gord ever made an addition. It was generally updated between Diana and I, and mostly me.
Okay. So this line here, line 39, which is a reference to the 2014 Golder report, did you put this into the spreadsheet?
I can't be for certain. It could be me or Diana, either or. It could have been me who entered this into the spreadsheet, but I can't be 100% certain.
So this is marked as having been provided to audit services.
That's correct.
Did you ever send an unredacted copy of the 2014 Golder report to audit services?
I think on December 5th or 4th, when Dominic came down to the office and he received a copy, and that was my knowledge of when he would have gotten a copy for the Red Hill Valley report.
Okay, so if you made this entry, it would have been based on your understanding that Mr. Pellegrini had obtained a copy of the report on December 4th, 2018, when he visited the office?
If I made this entry, possibly, but I'm not 100% sure if I did or who made the entry.
Okay. Based on your prior evidence today, it had been my understanding that you didn't know what report it was that Mr. Pellegrini was reviewing in the engineering services office on December 4th, 2018. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Okay.
I knew it was, sorry. I knew it was the Red Hill Valley report. That's what I knew.
So if that's the case, how would you have been able to make this entry, which sets out the specific name of the 2014 Golder report in your Excel spreadsheet based on Mr. Pellegrini's visit to the office on December 4th, 2018?
Yeah, and again, I mean, it could have been me or Diana who were putting this entries together. It could have been Diana who could have reached out to me and said, we did provide this report, can you add this to your catalog? Or I'm not 100% sure how this entry was added to the catalog.
Okay. So you don't have a specific recollection one way or the other about how this content got onto the Excel sheet?
No, but no, I don't know.
After the trade wind report and the 2014 Golder report were made public in 2019, did you ever send Mr. Pellegrini or anyone else in audit services another different unredacted copy of the 2014 Golder report?
I wasn't asked by audit to send them a copy, so if I did, then if they would have asked, I would have sent it. If they didn't ask, I wouldn't have sent it to them.
Okay. But you don't recall one way or the other if they asked?
No, I don't.
Okay. Registrar, you can take this down. And Mr. Sharma, I'm just going to step a little bit backwards in time, back to the December 5th time period.
Yeah.
And Registrar, if you could please take us to 9A, image 201, paragraph 462. Yeah. I'm sorry, I have the wrong reference there. You can take that down. And before we move off of the Excel sheet, I think that I do need to mark that latest version as an exhibit. Registrar, could you mark HAM 64380 as exhibit 146, I believe?
Noted, Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me try this again. Registrar, could you please take us to overview document 9A, image 204, paragraph 474. So on December 6, 2018, you send Mr. McGuire an updated scope for the value for money audit, and you emphasize in your email that the scope is still in draft stage. So you say attached is the updated scope statement from Dominic, which is still in draft stage. He has not yet completed his scope statement. By the looks of it, he is digging for more scope. Why did you emphasize that the scope was still in draft stage at this point?
Do you have the scope statement handy?
Yeah, I do. Registrar, can you move this over to one half of the page and bring up, I believe, HAM 27699 is the scope statement? And if you want to take a look at this and let us know, I can ask the registrar to move over to the next page when you're ready.
No, that's fine. So right at the top, right-hand corner, it says the scope is still in draft. And you said this email was on December 6th. So when the, I think the audit started near about in September, and probably prior to that where I don't have the knowledge for. And now we're in around December when this statement is being sent, and it's still in draft. The general idea about project or project management is you'll have a finalized scope when you initiate a project, and hence you will know where you're going, and which avoids the biggest thing, which is scope creep on a project. And I think what I'm referring here is digging is scope creep. And I think here, if you can see the statement is still in draft. So there would be definitely a scope creep on the project when it goes through the cycle for, planning, execution, and so on and so forth, right? So that's what I meant. And and I think in this project, there was scope creep. If you look at the next page,
Registrar, yeah.
If you look at the next page of this document, during this audit, Dominic also looked at change orders related to sod. And we also looked at road cuts and how the process for payments for road cuts was evaluated. And I don't think that is mentioned anywhere on this document. So that's all I meant was there would be a scope creep.
Did you have any discussions with Mr. Pellegrini about scope creep or concerns from engineering services about the scope of the audit?
I think Dominic himself was trying to finalize the statement as soon as he could. At that time, he was still, the scope was still in draft.
Registrar, you can take this down, and if you could take us to overview document 9A, image 205 and 206, paragraph 481 to 484. And you can put up the next page over. You can take down the scope document and put up both pages. So 205 and 206 of OD 9A. So starting at paragraph 481, and there's a bit of a wind up. So I'll walk you through it. On December 6, 2019, Mr. Pellegrini sends a calendar invitation to Mr. McGuire under the subject line friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Expressway. The same day, he sent Mr. McGuire a lines of inquiry document setting out the questions he wanted to discuss with Mr. McGuire, which seemed to rise out of his review of the 2014 Golder Report.
Sorry, what date was that?
So this is December 6, 2018. And
Okay.
you're not copied, you're copied into this chain later, which I'll take you to, but you're not copied on the initial emails.
Okay.
Did Mr. McGuire ever speak to you about these requests from Mr. Pellegrini? So the lines of inquiry document is the document over on the next page. And Registrar, if you can actually take us over one page over as well, you'll see that there are a number of questions there specific to friction testing. And Mr. Sharma, if you could take a look at it and let me know when you've done that.
Sure. Okay.
So there are a number of questions about friction testing that are set out in these lines of inquiry, but you're not copied on it. Did Mr. McGuire ever speak to you about this request from Mr. Pellegrini or provide you with this lines of inquiry document?
No, he did not.
Okay. Did you have any involvement in addressing requests from audit services that concerned friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway or friction management within the city generally?
Nothing that I can recall. I do remember that Dominic, I, and Charles, we visited the plant that was producing asphalt for Red Hill Valley Parkway, just to see how the process is done. But that was pretty. That's the best of my recollection for it.
Okay. Did Mr. McGuire ever communicate to you that he was addressing questions about friction testing or friction management on the Red Hill Valley Parkway with the auditor?
No, no.
Registrar, if you could take us to OD 9A, image 238, paragraph 561. So you attend a meeting with Mr. McGuire, Mr. Beck, Ms. Jacob, and Mr. Pellegrini on December 12th, 2018. Which Ms. Cameron takes notes on, and I'll pull those up shortly. But do you recall this December 12th, 2018 meeting with Mr. Pellegrini?
I do recall being in the meeting, yes.
Registrar, if you could take this down and pull up HAM 53987, image 2. So these are the notes that Ms. Cameron took at the meeting. Do you recall what your role was at this meeting on December 12th, 2018?
I think it was just to be there, and if there were any data requests that was coming out at the meeting and Dominic needed something to help him get those documents.
What was the purpose of this meeting?
So Dominic was meeting with our technical team by the looks of it. It's because you got Gord, Susan. So the purpose would be to go over some technical questions related to roadway and how the asphalts are tested. I'm just trying to read the notes, sorry.
Registrar, if you call it out, the points down the side, can you make it a little bit bigger for Mr. Sharma?
Yeah, so I think this was more of an introduction meeting that was between Dominic and the technical group, where he was getting an overview on how the process works in engineering services.
Was there any discussion of the 2014 Golder Report, Trade Wind Report, or audit opening and investigation into friction management on the Red Hill Valley Parkway at this December 12th meeting?
Nothing that I can recall, no.
So at the very top of the page, the fourth point down says, slippery when wet signs should be added before the repave. And then a couple, 2 points down from that, there's a note that says, as of 11/21, Dominic had not showed up for the 11 a.m. meeting. And then it goes on to say Dominic showed up at 11:24. And then there are some notes in bullets below that point. Was the discussion about slippery when wet signs being added in reference to the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I can't recall exactly when it was being added.
But was it a reference to adding slippery when wet signs on the Red Hill Valley Parkway before the repaving?
Can you just go up again? Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, Registrar, can you take us back up to the top points there?
It possibly could be, but I can't be 100% certain if it was.
Okay. So the reference to Mr. Pellegrini joining the meeting is below that reference to slippery when wet signs being added before the repave. Did that discussion occur before Mr. Pellegrini arrived at the meeting?
I'm not sure. It could have occurred during or after. I'm not sure how Diana was taking notes.
Okay. Do you recall any discussion about slippery when wet signs at the meeting or what was said about them?
No, I don't.
Did any action or items arise for you out of this meeting on December 12th?
Nothing that I can recall, but if you go down in the document, we can take a look at it.
Sure.
No, nothing that I can recall.
Registrar, could you please pull out HAM 28375 at image 2?
Sorry, Council, do you mind repeating that?
Yeah, HAM 2837357.
Sorry,
28357. At image 2, please. Thank you. So this is an email that you send to Mr. Pellegrini, copying Mr. McGuire and Ms. Cameron on January 31st, 2019. Registrar, if you don't mind pulling out the content of that email. So you reference attending a meeting with Mr. Pellegrini on January 31st, 2019. And then you sent him this email, which includes a link to an S drive folders, which is described as having details regarding the 13 projects, our current process, project charter, and standards. Is that a reference to the catalog or the Excel sheet that we had just been looking at?
Our current process, charter, and standards, no, it doesn't reference that element here.
Okay, so this isn't a reference to the Excel sheet that we were looking at?
No, I think this is, if I could recall, this is more to do with the meeting that Dominic and I had, just to talk about what he was asking for.
Okay. As of January 31st, had you provided the Excel sheet that you had prepared to Mr. Pellegrini?
It wasn't meant for Dominic. I wouldn't have given it. It was my own personal tracker for task. I mean, I had other tracker for my other projects. So I wouldn't have provided that, Dominic.
Had you provided the documents collected and marked off as having been collected in that Excel sheet to Mr. Pellegrini at this point?
I don't think all the documents were given to Dominic at that time. He could have come back, or if there were documents given to him, he could have come back with more questions related to those documents, because I do remember him asking some questions related to, sorry, I forgot the term I was going to say, related to change orders for those 13 projects. And there was a bit of discussion around that.
Were you generally sending information to him on a piecemeal basis, or were you?
It was very on a piecemeal basis. As soon as I would have received it, I would have sent it to him.
Okay. So there's also meeting minutes from your meeting with Mr. Pellegrini set out in this email. Are these your minutes? So they're the points that follow, notes are below the meeting minutes?
Yes.
And can you help me out with these points? Are these action items that are arising out of the meeting, or what exactly do these points represent?
I think these are action items that are some action items and some questions that are arising out of the meeting.
Okay. So there's a point that says, how do we know the asphalt in the ground is what was passed in the test? Do you recall what that's a reference to?
I mean, I think that was a question related to QA and QC of asphalt and how that is done. And his question was, how do you know if the asphalt that was being made at the plant is the same asphalt that you're getting on the truck, and that's the same asphalt that's being poured on the road? I think that's what it means.
A few points down, there's another that says process in place for testing. What time is the core sample taken? Inspection of core samples when it's being destroyed. Was that another question that came up at your meeting with Mr. Pellegrini?
Sorry to interrupt. I think it's deployed, not destroyed.
Oh, you're right. Correction, deployed. But the question remains: is that a question that came up from Mr. Pellegrini during your meeting?
I think that, yeah, it probably could have. I mean, if it's noted here, it probably, the discussion at that time was by looking at these notes, it was around QA/QC processes that we follow, and these are the questions that were around that.
Was there a substantive discussion about testing processes for pavement and asphalt at this meeting between yourself and Mr. Pellegrini?
I wouldn't call it a discussion. My background is not asphalt, and it, my background is not testing or asphalt. There's a specific person in engineering services that does this. So he would have been asking me questions, and I would have been noting it down for him. or I would have told him that I would get back to him with the answers, but it certainly wasn't a discussion with him. No.
So you would have taken these questions back to someone else within engineering services?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. Who would you have taken these questions back to?
So I think if this was related to QA/QC, which comes in the technical team, it would be Mike Beck and Tyler Reynolds.
Did you have any discussions about friction testing or the 2014 Golder or Tradewin report at this January 31st, 2019 meeting?
No, I didn't.
Registrar, could you please take us to HAM 28357? At image 1. So this is the response from Mr. Pellegrini on February 1st, 2019. And he asks you if you can restrict access to the S drive folder that you had created so that some of the information on. Can you restrict access so that some of the information on there that may be confidential will not be accessed by anyone? Did you take steps to restrict that S drive folder?
No, I did not. I think Diana took steps.
So he goes on to say in this email, yesterday during our meeting, you mentioned that you may be putting the FOI information on there as well. Can you tell me what that is a reference to?
There was a FOI that at that time Diana was working on, and during that meeting, Dominic would have requested the FOI information, and you could have supplied that to him.
Okay. And so your response to this email on the same day, you say Diana will be setting up a meeting between 3 of us, and Gord will be delivering all material related to the FOI in person. Were you involved at all in the collection of those documents relating to the FOI?
No, I wasn't.
Did you review information that you collected for the audit response and provide information that might be relevant to the FOI, to the person tasked with collecting the FOI documents?
Sorry, could you repeat that question? It was.
Yeah, did you take a look at the documents that you had collected to respond to the audit to see if any of them would be relevant to the FOI requests?
No, I didn't. FOI was Diana's task that she was working on with communications, I think, and so I had no visibility of what was going in the FOI or what should be going into an FOI.
Was it your understanding that someone else was charged with looking at the documents collected to respond to the audit to see if there was anything there that was relevant to the FOI request?
I can't be certain if there was somebody tasked or somebody wasn't tasked. But I think most of the documents that were related to FOI or that were related to FOI and audit were already in the FOI.
Okay. At this point in time, what, if anything, did you know about the scope of the FOI request?
I didn't really know the scope of the FOI request. No.
Okay. Did you have any discussions with Mr. McGuire about why he was providing this information to Mr. Pellegrini in person, as opposed to through the S drive link that you had sent?
No, I don't. I think it was probably a box of information, and it would be hard to scan it again. And but I can't be certain. I don't want to speculate.
Okay. So there's a reference in your response to a meeting between the 3 of us. Do you recall if that meeting took place?
It probably did, if it's mentioned here. Probably after February, where he was delivered the information, but I can't be certain if it did not.
Do you know what the purpose of that meeting was?
It was just probably to deliver him the information for FI that he was requesting.
Did you ever have any meetings with Mr. McGuire or Mr. Pellegrini or Ms. Cameron at which Ms. Cameron at which the trade wind report was discussed?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever attend any meeting with Mr. McGuire, Mr. Pellegrini, or Ms. Cameron at which the 2014 Golder report was discussed?
No, I didn't.
So moving forward a bit in time, on February 6, 2019, Registrar, you can take this down. The city publicly released the trade wind report, and there was a press release and communication to staff about that report. Is it your evidence that you learned about the 2014 Golder report and the trade wind report in connection with that press release?
About the content of the report? Yes, around that.
Did you have some other knowledge of the report prior to the release?
Well, if you go back to the email about redaction, I think that was the Red Hill Valley report that was being, so looking here, sitting here today, I do understand that was the report that was redacted at that time, but I didn't, the release of the information and the content of it was, I knew about the content when everybody else knew about it during the public release.
Okay. Prior to the public release on February 6, 2019, you've mentioned a couple of times realizing that in hindsight, that was the report that was redacted. Did you know that that was the report that had been redacted prior to February 6, 2019, when the report was made public?
No.
Registrar, could you please take us to overview document 10A, image 36 to 37? So on February, so this is the very bottom of the first image and over onto the top of the next image for context. On February 11th, Mr. Pellegrini emails you and Mr. McGuire under the subject line, Red Hill Valley Parkway friction testing. And he writes, public report number PW 18008A, Link and Red Hill Transportation and Safety Update refers to 3 friction tests that were completed recently, namely the British pendulum test, the measured texture depth, and the polished stone values. Can you please provide me with documentation showing these tests and their results? I need this documentation to verify your statement in the report. And at this point, so this is after the disclosure of the trade wind report, February 11th. What is your role in the value for money audit?
I think at this time, my role kind of started going away because most of the information was supplied to audit services. So it wasn't, if, I'm not sure how the reply worked on this email, but if Dominic was requesting any information through me, I would have probably given that to him. But my role, to answer your question, was towards the end of it, towards the end of the project.
At this point, when you're being copied on a request for friction testing information, were you aware that the auditor was specifically looking at friction management on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Well, if I'm being CC'd, I probably did look at it at that time, but didn't. Yeah, probably did look at it at that time that he was asking for it.
Okay. Were you aware that the auditor was making specific inquiries into friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in and around this time?
Aware as in from the email or as in general awareness?
Either or, were you aware that there was a specific inquiry into friction management on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I think if I was sent this email that I would have read it, or maybe would have paid some attention to it. And if he would have asked me for information about it, then I would have tried supplying it to him. But that's pretty much my knowledge about it.
Commissioner, I think that I have about 10 more minutes of questioning, but I also see that I have come up on our regular lunch break time. And I'm happy to take the lunch break now and see if I can shorten my questions a little bit over the break or to go ahead.
Okay, well, then why don't we do that? Is it appropriate for council to stay on the line
I think so.
for a few minutes? Okay, well, I'll leave that to you. We'll take a break. It's now 1 o'clock. We'll return at 2:15.
Commissioner, may I proceed?
Please proceed, Ms. Bruckner.
Thank you. Registrar, could you please pull up HAM 55075 at images 2 and 3?
Sorry, Council, do you say 55075?
55075
Okay,
at
thank you.
images 2 and 3. Thank you very much. So, Mr. Sharma, this is an email that Mr. Pellegrini writes to you and Mr. McGuire on March 28, 2019. And there are a number of questions in this email exchange. Some of them you'll see are highlighted in red as compared to the black text. Do you want to take a moment and review that?
No, it should be okay.
Okay. So there's a first line here about an S drive in the Public Works Engineering Services group for the PMTR reports. Do you recall if this is the same S drive folder that you had sent to Mr. Pellegrini earlier in December?
Yes, should be.
So this would be the folder that he had asked you to restrict access to?
It could be a specific folder that he might have asked to. I'm not sure if this was the folder that had restricted access or a different folder.
Okay. So as you'll see, taking a look at the red questions, there are a number of additional questions from Mr. Pellegrini in this email. And Registrar, if you can take us to image 1 of this document. So Mr. McGuire forwards this email to Bridget Menard, who's with the Office of the City Auditor. And he responds to her. And he says, the value for money audit on asphalt has been underway for close to a year now. We have put enormous efforts into the technical and performance phases. And he goes on to specifically address this request from Mr. Pellegrini. One of the things that I noticed is that you are not copied on this reply to Ms. Menard. At this point in time, so this is March 2018, what involvement, if any, did you have in responding to these new questions raised by Mr. Pellegrini in his email to you and Mr. McGuire?
Sorry, could you repeat that question again?
Yeah. So I'll summarize it a little bit, but I noticed that when Mr. McGuire forwards this email and responds to Ms. Menard, you're not copied on this anymore. So my question to you is, as of March 2018, what involvement, if any, did you have in responding to these questions that Mr. Pellegrini had raised in his email to you and Mr. McGuire?
I think my involvement was I was trying to find him the PMTR reports. If I wasn't copied on the reply to this email, I wouldn't know what Gord or Bridget Menard were discussing, but I think if he would have asked me for PMTR reports, I think they were provided to him.
Okay. At this point in time, were you still the point person for the value for money audit within engineering services, or was that a role that Mr. McGuire had started to take on?
I think we were trying to switch away from it. Yeah, I think I still was the point person, yes.
Okay. So in Mr. McGuire's email to Ms. Menard over on the next page, he says, this request is now asking if we have circumvented roster process and will require a detailed search of Gary Moore's former emails and a review of the assignments. Also a discussion with procurement and potentially legal. Were you involved in drafting this response to Ms. Menard?
No, I wasn't.
Did you have any conversations with Mr. McGuire about searching Mr. Moore's former emails?
No, I did not.
Did you know that that was something that was being considered?
No.
To your knowledge, had a search of Gary Moore's files or emails been done before this email exchange in connection with the value for money audit?
I'm not sure about that. No.
You say you're not sure about that. Is it something that you had ever had done or been involved in?
No, I wasn't.
Registrar, you can take this down, and if you can take us to overview document 10A at image 204, paragraph 530. So on June 13th, 2019, Mr. Pellegrini emails you under the subject line projected the actual expenditure on the Red Hill Valley Parkway and Link. And he writes, as discussed yesterday, attached is my attempt to compare the actual expenditures on the Red Hill Valley Parkway and Link with the expenditures projected by Stantec in their 2007 report. The Stantec report is the only projected expenditures I could find that relate specifically to the life cycle. I think it says coast, but I think it's intended to say costs for these roads. And he says, could you please discuss these with Gord and other staff and engineering services to see if other funds were spent on the upkeep of these two roads? Do you recall receiving this email from Mr. Pellegrini?
Yes.
As of at the time that you received this email, had you ever seen a copy or reviewed a copy of the sustainability plan?
I did. After this email, I did have a copy of the sustainability plan. I think it was even circulated to Dominic prior to this email.
Okay. Registrar, can you pull up HAM 58035 in native? So for your reference, Mr. Sharma, this is the Excel document that was attached to that email that we were just looking at. And if you could take us over to the tab that says Red Hill Valley Parkway. I don't know if there's a way to zoom in on this a little bit. So this is the attachment to that email that Mr. Pellegrini had sent about the expected and actual costs. This is the sheet on the Red Hill. And you'll see that under the projected costs, every couple of years, there's a reference to skid testing every 2 years. And then there are some references to the actual activity that was undertaken on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. So for example, in 2013 under activity, you'll see Red Hill Valley Parkway skid resistance trade wind is listed.
Okay. Yeah.
To your knowledge, at the time that this email was exchanged, so this is June 2019, had anyone provided the auditor with information about MTO friction testing that had been carried out in 2007 or in through to 2014?
To my knowledge, I'm not sure if it was provided or not. No.
Okay. Would that have been something that you would have been responsible for sending to the auditor?
No.
On receipt of this Excel sheet from the auditor, did you take steps to speak to staff within engineering services to see if steps had been taken or there were other activities that should have been listed under actual intervention and costs for the Red Hill?
Yes, I think I sent this email to Rick Andoga and asked him what was the information that Dominic was asking for.
Okay. Registrar, can you take this Excel sheet down and take us into HAM 58032 at image 1? So I'm going to take you to the email that you sent to Mr. Andoga in a moment, but there's one prior email that I wanted to ask you about first. So this is an email that you send to Mr. McGuire copying Erica Waite, who I believe at this point is the manager in asset management. And it appears, so you send it to Mr. McGuire and Ms. Waite. Mr. Pellegrini doesn't seem to be copied on it, but it's addressed to him. And you say, thank you for your email. We will have a discussion internally about compiling the requested data, mostly of preventative maintenance, including crack filling, crack sealing, surface treatment, microservicing, and such related activities are handled by road maintenance, which is part of transportation operation and maintenance. And I'm not sure if this is Tom or TOM, but I think it's TOM, should be able to assist you with most of the required information. Can you please let me know the timeline for this request? So just stopping there, is this a draft email that you had prepared for Mr. Pellegrini and then circulated to Mr. McGuire and Ms. Waite?
Yes.
So when you say that most of the preventative maintenance would be handled by transportation operation and maintenance, where are you getting that information from?
I was getting that information from Erica White.
Okay, so she provided you this information and then you put it into this draft email?
Yeah, just to make sure that if what I was saying, does it make sense or not? Again, my background is in roads, so just wanted to make sure there's no confusion when that email goes out.
So I don't think that I have seen a version of this email that actually goes to Mr. Pellegrini. Did Mr. McGuire and Ms. Waite sign off on this email?
I think they did, yes.
Okay. Do you think that you sent it to them?
Yes.
To Mr. Pellegrini, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Registrar, you can take this down, and if you can take us to overview document 10A, image 204, paragraph 532. So you forwarded Mr. Pellegrini's email to Mr. Andoga, and we had just discussed you speaking to Ms. Waite as well about this request. Why did you forward this to Mr. Andoga specifically?
Mr. Andoga was the subject matter expert for roads in our performance team, and that's why I was sending the email to him.
Okay, so you said the subject matter expert for roads in our performance team. Can you, what exactly does that mean?
I mean, Mr. Andoga's role was to program roads, and I think he had been doing it for the last 10, 15 years, and so he understood, to my understanding, he knew pretty much everything about roads, and that had to be, and that's why he was a subject matter expert.
And so you sent it to him on the basis that it was your understanding he was the expert.
Yeah, and especially when it came to asset management, that was his section.
Okay. Did you have any discussions with Mr. Andoga about the spreadsheet showing the projected and the actual costs that Mr. Pellegrini had sent you?
Yes, I did, yes.
Okay, what did you discuss with respect to that spreadsheet?
I think I wanted to get the report, paper copy of the report from him, if he had one.
And so I'm going to take you to the email exchange that you had with him. And you can let me know if there are any additional conversations that you had aside from the email that we're about to look at. Registrar, could you please take us to HAM? Registrar, could you please take us to HAM 58044? So this is, actually, can you pull over the next page as well? So Mr. Andoga responds to you, and I can take you to this in the overview document if you like, but he tells you that the sustainability plan was never presented to council. And you then pass that information on to Mr. Pellegrini in this email that we're looking at here. Following this exchange, did you take any steps to determine if any of the recommendations from the sustainability plan set out in the Excel sheet that Mr. Pellegrini had sent you had been implemented by engineering services staff or public works staff?
So sorry, if you could take me back to the overview document to Rick's email.
Yeah, Registrar, could you please take us to overview document 10A, image 205, paragraph 533, I believe.
So by the email, you said it was never presented to council. I think it was presented to council and it was received.
Oh, I'm sorry, I may have misspoken. I
Oh,
meant that
sorry.
you, and it may have been me. I meant to say that it was presented to council and not approved.
Yes. So that's correct. I think it was presented to council. The report was received.
Okay. And so then you pass that information on to Mr. Pellegrini. Following that exchange, did you take any steps to determine if any of the recommendations from the sustainability plan, which were set out in Mr. Pellegrini's Excel sheet, had been implemented by engineering services or public works staff?
So it was my understanding after receiving this email from Rick that none of the steps were implemented because there was no budget to implement them and the budget wasn't approved. So that was my understanding after receiving this email.
Okay. Did you take any steps to determine if there was any other activity taken on the Red Hill Valley Parkway that should have been reflected in that Excel sheet?
If there, I did ask Rick if there was any activities, he would have mentioned it in this email. But I don't think there was any additional information that he thought was relevant.
Okay. So just to clarify that answer, are you saying that you would have expected him to advise in this email response, or that you had a separate conversation with him where he indicated that there weren't other activities that should have been reflected?
He should have reflected that in this response here.
Okay. When you were compiling information for the value for money audit, did you ever come across any other maintenance plan that was put in place for the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No, I think this was the only one that I came across.
Richard, you can take it down. And if you could take us to overview document 10A, images 237 and 238, paragraph 606. So on June 16th, 2021, Mr. Brown, the auditor, submits the road's value for money audit report to council. Have you read the value for money audit report?
Yes.
Did you have a role in implementing the recommendations that came out of that report?
No.
Why did you review the report?
I think because I was involved in the process, had so many interactions about it. You do have a curiosity how it all rolled up, right?
Okay. What view, if any, did you have about the findings and discussions in the value for money audit report?
I think Dominic did a really good job in doing the audit. It was a long and strenuous process, and it was one of his final audits. So I think he did a pretty good job in finalizing it.
So this was, it was finalized June 16, 2021. And we were just looking at some correspondence kind of over the summer of 2019. Did you have a role in providing information to the auditors between late 2019 and the finalization of this report in 2021?
Yes, I think audit asked. There were other audits that were happening, which was one of the audits that the emails that you showed, which was to look at roster assignments. Then there was a third audit that was also happening, which was a complaint that happened. So there were multiple audits that were happening, but in relation to value for money audit itself, is that the question, or is the question, have you provided the information to audit services?
So I was just wondering if you continued to have a role as engineering services point person up to the point that this report was submitted in 2021.
I was kind of digressing from that role because I moved into a different role at that time. But for this audit, if Dominic did have some questions, he sometimes would send me emails and I will just send them to Gordon, Diana.
Okay. When the audit report was released, were you involved in any discussions with engineering services staff about their perceptions or impressions of the report?
So before you answer, Mr. Commissioner, I'd like to object to this question. I'm just not sure I understand what the relevance of these conversations in 2021 are to the terms of reference or this inquiry.
Ms. Bruckner?
I mean, I'm happy to move on. I don't think I need this. Just a final question for you, Mr. Sharma, and I know that you changed roles before the audit report was released. But to your knowledge, was there anything put in place, project or process, that implemented the recommendations coming out of the audit report?
I was moved out. I really moved out of the role, and I didn't have any. As I wasn't in the role, I wasn't really. It wasn't my role to understand if they were how their teams were replying to the audit. So I don't have any knowledge of that.
Thank you very much. Those are all my questions.
Thank you.
Okay. So, Ms. Bruckner, I think you said that the city has some questions.
Yes, it's my understanding that the city has 5 to 10 minutes of questions and that the other participants do not have questions for Mr. Sharma.
Okay, then we will look to Mr. Mishra for his questions.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Mr. Sharma, I only have a couple of questions for you, so I'll try to keep this brief. Mr. Registrar, can you pull up HAM 11266 at image 3, please? Thank you, Mr. Registrar. You'll see in your email at the second paragraph, you propose to Dominic Pellegrini a continuous improvement project to implement a systematic process approach for any audit and engineering services. What was the purpose of this proposal?
The purpose of this proposal was to streamline and optimize and create efficiencies around how information was being delivered to audit services.
In your view, what were the advantages or potential advantages of this proposal?
In my own understanding, I think it's easier to reach out to one point of contact who understands the structure for engineering services. There's many sections starting from asset management, TCM, design, and construction. And then there's different data repositories that we have. There's some there's data and information that's stored on ProjectWise, on N Drive, on S Drive, and on even on local drives. In my view, it would be easier to have a person, one point of contact who can quickly resolve issues and get you the right information that was needed.
Thank you. Was this proposal created to address any specific problems in engineering services response to audits?
No, there was no specific problems that the proposal was created to address. The idea again was just to for continuous improvement.
Thank you. Mr. Registrar, can you pull up OD 9A, image 199 at paragraph 455? Perfect, thank you. You'll see that Commission Counsel had took you to this passage in earlier this morning, and they had asked you why Mr. McGuire was re-emphasizing that point in his email, that all communications to auditors are through my office via Depunker. In your testimony, in your response, you said you thought that it was because of an incident where Mr. Ndoga sent something without running it through you. I don't think we actually ever went to that email. So just for completeness, Mr. Registrar, can you please pull up HAM 27671, please?
Sorry, can you repeat that for me?
Of course, it's HAM 27671.
Thank you.
And can you also pull up image 2 as well, please? Perfect, thank you. Mr. Sharma, can you take a second to review this correspondence and let us know if this was the correspondence you were referring to in your response to Ms. Bruckner's questions?
Yes.
And sorry, when you say yes, do you mean that you've reviewed it, or do you mean that this is the...
This is the correspondence that I was referring to.
Perfect, thank you. Mr. Registrar, can you zoom in on the on image 2, the top email from Mr. McGuire? Perfect, thank you. You'll see that in the body of this email, he says, as below, we wanted Depunker included in all comms for this file. Sending data to the auditor without our knowledge leaves the file we retain on this with gaps. As noted, all data must flow through our process to ensure the integrity of our response. We will be replying to the audit, and I need full sight on the data. Do you see that, Mr. Sharma?
I do.
Do you agree with Mr. McGuire's comment on why it's important that data flow through you?
Yes.
Can you remove that call out, Mr. Registrar? And then can you call out the top email on image 1 from Mr. McGuire? In this email, you'll see that Mr. McGuire says, the data is now out there and can't be retracted. Financial data is outside the scope of the current project charter, and we would have asked for an update to the requested information. As it stands now, he has a spreadsheet of historic fiscal reviews that should have come from corporate, as he pointed out below. Our data may not agree with corporate and was not an element of the current data collection. It will lead to misinterpretation of some input assuredly, and we were trying to stay on course via Depunker. And then please review the file with Depunker, and let's put this on track by having everyone work through my office. Similar question as before, do you agree with Mr. McGuire's view that providing this data, by providing data not through his office and through you could lead to inaccurate data being forwarded as well as data that's out of scope?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Registrar, you can take down the call out as well as this document. Mr. Registrar, do you mind pulling up HAM 61997 at image 2 and 3, please? Perfect, thank you. In your email dated November 27th, 2018, you emailed Mr. Pellegrini about a redacted, quote, Red Hill report. You testified earlier today that you had not reviewed the Red Hill report, nor had you seen the report itself. I just want to confirm, at this point in time, as of late November 2018, do you have any other knowledge about the report other than what's included in your email?
No.
You testified earlier that you were aware of the redactions, but did not know who redacted the report or what the redactions themselves were. In your email on November 27th, you noted that the report was redacted as advised by legal. At this time, did you have any other information regarding why the report was redacted?
No, I didn't.
You'll see that Mr. Pellegrini, in his email, requested a copy of the unredacted report on December 3rd. And then 15 minutes later, Mr. McGuire responded and advised, we're happy to have you review the file. In your view, did you fail to provide Mr. Pellegrini with full access to the unredacted Red Hill report?
No, I think between December 3rd and December 5th, Dominic had the unredacted copy in his hand. So I thought it was pretty efficient. So.
Perfect. And Mr. Registrar, can you pull up document HAM 35731, please? And can you zoom in on the email itself? Perfect, thank you. This is an email that you had sent Mr. McGuire on December 5th, 2018, attaching an audit catalog. And we've already gone to that audit catalog as well, but I'm happy to bring you to it if it's helpful. Why did you create the audit catalog?
So the audit catalog was created to track my own task. As a project manager, you want to know how much tasks that you have on hand and what projects are you looking at. There was so much of information that was being asked and flown. I wanted to make sure Dominic was receiving everything that he was asking for. One way of tracking it was on the tracker or the audit catalog that's there.
What was your intended use of the audit catalog?
It was for my personal tracking, just to track tasks that I was given related to audit.
In your email to Mr. McGuire, you wrote, quote, Diana and I have cataloged most of the information that has either been provided to us or pending or not available for this audit. Why did you say most of the information?
So the catalog itself is it's a live document. And so let's say, if, the first thing it talks about was 13 projects. And if there were more questions that were being asked, we would update the catalog. This is just an example. It didn't. It was a live document, and most of the information that was provided that was there. And if there was more information that was being presented to audit, would be added later on. But again, it wasn't. It's a personal tracking document.
Was it meant to be the final work product?
No, it wasn't.
Mr. Commissioner, do you mind if I have a second to look at my notes?
Yes, by all means.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Sharma. Those are all of my questions.
Okay. Well then, first of all, Mr. Sharma, thank you very much for attending the inquiry. You're excused. And I believe that there's nothing further for this afternoon, and our next witness will appear tomorrow morning. So we'll stand adjourned until, I guess it's 10 o'clock tomorrow morning?
9:30, I think.
9:30 tomorrow morning. Okay, we'll stand adjourned until 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.